everyone, and you're very welcome to the third annual AgriTech in Farming and Food event with Cork County Council's local enterprise office in South Cork. It's great to be here this morning, and I suppose the focus this year is on emerging technologies and research in the area of sustainability. We have a packed schedule for the next few hours. We're going to be joined by a range of national and international experts in the area of agri and food tech for panel discussions. And we're also going to have a keynote from Aidan Connolly, president of AgriTech Capital, a bit later on. So a virtual event as this is, there's an exhibition area that you can visit anytime, and I'd really encourage you to do this. You can see it on the left-hand side of the screen there, and you'll also find the agenda for this morning's event there as well. I mean, you know, meeting fellow attendees is always tricky in this virtual world, but you can also chat to them by searching on the link there and sending them a message. So go ahead and do that. Now is the time to engage and network with each other. And also you can pop out the screen at any stage if you want, visit other parts of the platform while still listening to what's going on here. So feel free to wander as you will. We're very, very keen to hear from all of you. So it's a good chance to put your comments or questions to the panelists that we have. And we're going to do that as we go. We don't have a section at the end of the talk to do that. So as we go, send your comments in, send your questions in, and I'll make sure to put them to the panelists. Keep them brief and to the point where you can, so we can get through as many as possible. And finally, for fellow caffeine addicts out there, don't despair. We're going to have a few short breaks of about 10 minutes for you to go and get a coffee or whatever you want as well. So we should be all set. But first, I am delighted to introduce the Mayor of County Cork, Councillor Mary Linehan Foley, who has recorded a short message for you all.
On behalf of Cork County Council, I would like to extend a warm welcome to all attendees of this, our third AgriTech conference. AgriTech Revolution in Farming and Food is one of the key events in this year's schedule for Local Enterprise Week 2021. I think we can all appreciate the challenges and difficulties that business owners and entrepreneurs have faced this year, particularly the farming community, as well as the challenges that COVID-19 has created for the sector. The agricultural community of Ireland are the focus of national conversations about sustainability, environmental protection and consumer responsibility with regards to food production and consumption. Key challenges for the agricultural sector include environmental concerns, labour shortage, a reduced income security and changing legislation regarding chemical spray and fertiliser usage, to name just a few. Cork County Council are proud to be part of the discussion and to have this opportunity to bring together such a breadth of experience and disciplines to look at technology as the positive solution to some of these challenges. A large part of the conversation today will look at the food journey and the supply chain from farm to fork. Consumers are becoming more conscious of the source of their food, and Irish suppliers are responding to the challenge with groups like NeighbourFood answering the call to support both supplier and customer. We see the solution in data that technology is bringing to enhance a positive environmental impact and have the opportunity to look at what the agri-tech landscape looks like in time to come and what we need to be prepared for. On a national economic impact, we look at the expert story that agri-tech is helping to tell and how it can be utilised more to build trust with the Irish food export consumer. Once again, I'd like to thank you on behalf of the Local Enterprise Office at Cork County Council and take this opportunity to thank you for your participation in what promises to be an educational and affirmative conversation on the positive impact scholars, business owners and researchers are having on the agricultural landscape in Ireland. Thank you.
Mayor of County Cork, Councillor Mary Linehan Foley there. And for all of you who just joined, you're very welcome to this event. We're going to begin our first session now, which will look at the global pandemic increasing agri-tech engagement. And we've got two panel discussions for you of 20 minutes each. The first is focusing on farming, and the second is on food, and it'll be moderated by David Leydon, Head of Food and Agribusiness at IFAC. Once again, do get your comments and questions in. We will make sure to put them to the speakers as we go. So we're going to do the first session now. We're going to look at the question of the pandemic increasing agri-tech engagement from the perspective of farming, and I'm delighted to be joined by Dr. John Garvey, son of a beef farmer in County Clare and Chief Executive of FarmHedge, And Kieran Feeney, founder of MartEye, which is an agri-tech startup that helps livestock marts conduct online auctions. John and Kieran, you're very welcome.
Thanks very much.
I suppose, first of all, look, we have a very learned audience here, and I'm quite sure that they know exactly what you're at. But can you just give us, for those of us who don't know, a sort of a minute each, starting with you, Kieran, about your tech and what kind of solution it solves?
Yeah, so I guess MartEye was formed back last April to enable livestock trade in Ireland. Put simply, we've enabled video and live bidding for livestock auctions to take place purely online. It has really opened up the marketplace for different farmers all across the country in these troubling times. I guess when we started, it was very much, this might be something interesting, but because we didn't really know how the pandemic would pan out, but the way it has progressed has been amazing. It's almost all online now since last October.
And can you, Kieran, just very briefly visualize it for us? What does it look like in terms of the mart, and what does it look like in terms of everyone's at home on their computer, or how does it work?
Yeah, so very simply, we have laptops and cameras in the mart. Mart proceeds as normal. The auctioneer is there. Everything is as normal there. And then online, they have a app or they have their laptop to view the animals in real time and bid as they normally would in the mart.
And the cameras that you set up in the mart, how do they work? I mean, presumably it's quite a lot of them, but seeing the animals being the most important thing.
Yeah, so only recently we started rolling out a new update. So we usually had just one camera in the ring, but we've started installing weighbridge cameras for animals that are coming into the ring so that they can view the animal as they're kind of more stable and they're waiting to enter the ring. So maybe 60% of our marts now have 2 cameras in the ring. So for a current view and the one that's coming up.
John, can you describe a bit about FarmHedge, please?
Thanks, Ella. Yeah, so we started about 3 years ago now. We're actually a spin out from the University of Limerick. And I suppose we had built a prototype basically around this concept that coordinating the decisions of farmers was a pretty tricky challenge. And if you could do that more effectively and they could commit to transactions, you could reduce costs and improve margins for any type of entity, really a cooperative or a purchasing group. So we didn't really have a specific customer when we built the prototype, but we were lucky to be part of a corporate accelerator with the large German and Austrian entities. And we did some experiments with a number of cooperatives in Austria about 3 years ago. And that's kind of grown since. And we've had a pretty good experience, I suppose, in Europe, where our system is used by sales individuals within cooperatives. They push offers out to farmers who actually complete a transaction fully on the platform. So for individual employees, they've got a simple web-based dashboard where they can view and interact with customers and coordinate a lot of activities, launch campaigns and so on. And on the farmer side, you know, particularly in Europe, a lot of grain farmers are users of the system. So they have a mobile app and they can commit to a grain transaction, buy any farm input really through this kind of system. So over the past 2 years, I suppose, we made an agreement with the cooperative network in Austria. So we've 40 cooperatives using the system now, and we've built it back along the supply chain where wholesaling and grain trading activity is done at a B2B level with the cooperatives themselves. So,
and farmers can also sell themselves too, can't they?
Yeah, so the way it works in Europe is, you know, you've got entities that they sell a lot of farm inputs to farmers, and the main part of their business, or the one they're particularly interested in, is buying grain or rapeseed or whatever back from farmers. So it's a two-way kind of flow of information and trading data. So farmers do sell back into the system. It's not a marketplace as such, but what happens is an order would come through from Vienna, for example, and that's pushed out to the cooperatives, and then the cooperatives in turn directed to a number of farmers who are growing a particular crop, and the farmers then can commit to a transaction on the system. So it kind of speeds up the flow of information, and that has huge implications then for storage and distribution for these entities.
And I suppose, look, zooming out a bit, here we all are, virtually together on Zoom, and we wouldn't be doing this if it wasn't for the pandemic. It's thrown all of us online a lot more. I mean, what kind of engagement have you seen with farmers since the pandemic began, and since we have been thrown into this online world? Do you find that they're more plugged in online, and it has driven your own businesses more, Kieran?
Yeah, it's been massive for us. The amount of farmers that have really adopted it, because I think just was a necessity there, and they either had to adopt or not be able to trade at all. We've had farmers, I remember one guy actually in Athenry who came, Athenry were one of the first smarts that kind of joined us, and he came on the first week with a flip phone with his phone number written on the outside of it, stuck on with sellotape, and was wondering if he could get the app onto it. Then the next week, same man was back, and his daughter was after purchasing an iPhone Max for him, and he had the app on it, and he was getting registered to go bidding. And I don't know how successful he was, but he had this big, huge phone ready to go, and God, I'd say he was surely 80 if he was a day. But it's funny.
There's a way that
yeah, for a guy like that would have had his phone number sellotaped to the outside of the flip phone, and the phone was probably 10 or 15 years old, to adopt so quickly to keep farming and to keep his livelihood alive.
And what, John, I mean, have you seen the same? You're working more also, as you mentioned, Austria as well, you're working more from a European base. Have you seen the same sort of dynamic?
It's interesting. In our case, it's been a little bit different, because when the pandemic hit first, the volumes traded on the platform dropped significantly, and couldn't really figure it out. But in Austria and some of the other places we are in Europe, they had big issues around drivers getting COVID, and they had a big meeting. A lot of the drivers actually had to stay away from work for a period of time, so their whole supply chain seemed to get jammed up a little bit. But what we're seeing now, I suppose, is where we just spend a lot of time and effort convincing a cooperative that this was useful and it didn't replace the personal connection they had with farmers. We're seeing a kind of a recognition now that, look, this is something that complements our business, helps information move faster. So even in the past month, we had a new client called us from Romania, said they just wanted to fully digitalize their operations. They saw it as giving them a bit of an edge in the country, and we had everything finalized within a week. So they're definitely, I suppose, from the company side, they're much more aware that farmers are happy now to digitalize and do transactions online. Whereas before they would have said, well, these are 20, 30,000 euro transactions, and farmers wouldn't have confidence that they put the trade in on a mobile app. But now they can kind of see that farmers are really happy to do it. So I think that's where the change has been done. Yeah.
Are you seeing, Kieran, any barriers still? I mean, obviously within Ireland we have broadband issues. There is also, I suppose, issues about getting the technology itself and spending the money on it and all the rest. But are there any barriers so far that the pandemic even itself and the need to be online has still not meant that farmers are engaging, or the marts themselves?
I think internet is the main one it's the main driver of issues for us, for the mart and for users. It's always seems to be internet related. They don't have coverage, or maybe the internet is down on that day. It seems, I guess when we're dealing with customers in the rural area, that it seems much more evident to us, and we kind of hear about them much more often. I think that's really the main barrier. I think people have a lot of options now to go and buy online. They've probably marts that they wouldn't have previously access to, or they may be outside their geographical region. They're able to access that, see what's going on in south of the country or the north of the country. I know for one of our marts up the north, Richard Beattie, he draws a crowd of probably about 1,000 people from the south every night watching them. And these guys aren't going to go to Derry to pick up cattle or sheep. So it's funny.
And is there an element, Kieran, certainly of kind of say democratizing data, so giving more data to farmers so they can make better informed decisions, and as you say, access things that previously geographically they wouldn't have been able to, or wouldn't have time to?
Yeah, I think that's a big part of it for these guys. I think they, from what we're hearing, they come home in the evening and they turn on the marts to see what mart is on and kind of look at the trade and kind of soak it all up from around the country, rather than kind of getting a second hand or third hand from Paddy who saw Mick at the mart and hearing what the prices were like that, because you never hear the average price, you only ever hear about the top price. But now they're really seeing it firsthand, what's going on, what their type of animal, and they can benchmark it against it, is going through the mart and how much that might make them. And they can kind of, I think, probably better forecast of when they want to sell and how they're going to sell and where they're going to sell.
So hearsay is gone.
Yeah, I hope so.
We're nearly gone. John, you said in an interview that one of the biggest challenges in agribusiness is trying to coordinate the decisions of farmers. I set out to develop something that would make it easier for information to flow. Can you just talk a bit about that idea of coordinating the decisions of farmers and how your technology solves that issue and that problem?
So, you can take specific examples. It's probably the best way to kind of think about the problem. So for cooperatives, for example, they're acting as intermediaries. So they might take delivery of fertilizer at a particular point in the year, and then their objective is to minimize their storage and distribution costs. So one of the ways in which our system works is that, let's say fertilizer is moving along the Danube, it's dropped off at particular locations. And now what's happening is that the wholesaling entity can push offers out to up to 40 cooperatives, and they in turn don't have to take physical delivery of the fertilizer, but what they do is they forward it on to farmers who are using the mobile app, and the farmers commit to a transaction digitally. So by the time the barge has dropped the fertilizer at their location, they know exactly what quantity has to be moved on, and that's a huge cost saving, both in terms of storage. Load breaking is much reduced as well, because the physical product doesn't have to go to the cooperative but can be sent direct to the farm, and all the invoicing, pricing and so on is kept private by the intermediary. So that's kind of one example. I suppose it's the primary example of where our system kind of reduces a lot of logistics and coordination costs. But it's the same kind of challenge exists in crop procurement and in other trade activities within agriculture. So the way our system works then is that an individual who's using the dashboard within a cooperative or even an animal feed company can push an offer out to a targeted group of farmers, let's say 30 dairy farmers in North Munster. They can participate on the offer, and it's all private, so they don't see who else is on the system, but they can commit to taking delivery of a certain volume of product. And that's getting all that information in within a window of time creates huge value, rather than trying to coordinate it across a longer period of time.
So essentially making the entire process a lot more efficient apart from anything else.
Yeah, exactly. So I suppose, like, particularly in Europe, WhatsApp was actually used a lot to push out offers, and then farmers would come back in different ways, sometimes even fax machines still, to commit to a transaction. So they were all coming back in phone calls, and they were missing out on transactions in some cases. So what our system does is the full transaction is completed on a mobile channel, rather than just information being pushed out. And that's something that we've kind of put a lot of emphasis on, that it's a two-way transaction completion system, if you like.
Kieran, as these kind of technologies, and yours being the best example of that, disrupt various business models along the way, where do you see the future is, and can you see yourself developing other products within what you have as new opportunities emerge?
Yeah, that's a big focus for us. We're working hard on diversifying this product range to enable more trade in the agricultural space. We will be bringing new products to the market as quickly as they're ready. I think there definitely is I guess when we started, we didn't really know if online trading would continue after post-pandemic, and we did see a dip in numbers from June, but then what we started to see, in particular up in Northern Ireland, was Mart started to see it as a really useful service for their customers. And then it kind of started taking off. It's actually, we kind of need this to improve and to compete against other digital forms of trade. So I think it is going to stick around for a long time.
So you would see the long-term engagement post-COVID, if we get to that stage, being positive. I mean, you don't see that somehow people will revert back to the way things were.
I think certainly some people will, because it just doesn't suit some people. They like to get that social aspect of it around the ring, the energy that's kind of, that they absorb and they thrive off in the ring. But I think for some farmers, like part-time farmers in particular, potentially bigger buyers who would, in the past, would have sent agents around to different marts, they would be starting to buy online. And then for, I guess, what we call special sales, where there's kind of one-off sales of maybe high quality sheep or rare breeds or dairy cattle, where travel doesn't really make sense to potentially purchase one or two animals. But now that has really opened it up to a broader range of people. Like we did an on-farm sale in Northern Ireland, and there was sheep sold to America, Belgium, and France. I think Spain as well, all in the one sale. And there's only maybe 120 lots. Yeah. That's what the kind of impact that it has. It has really broadened it.
And just very briefly, Kieran, do you see any difference within Ireland, within the counties, in terms of engagement?
There would be, I think, there definitely seems to be a difference between how Northern Ireland and guys in the South use the system. I don't know whether that's just...
In what way?
They seem to be more adaptable in Northern Ireland. I think I'm not sure, I think they might have, how would I phrase it? They have a kind of different outlook on farming, and they support their market a lot more. A lot of the trade goes through the market, and they try to engage with them a lot more, I think.
John, in comparison, there's a question here, where is Ireland on the take-up of tech in comparison with international countries? What country is the leader in agri-tech? John, can you give a European perspective on that?
I think the one thing we learned, I suppose when we started off, we thought one product would fit every cooperative or every type of system. But I think what we've learned over the past couple of years is that we need to kind of design very tailored solutions. So, you know, I had this idea, I suppose, that it's very useful for animal feed companies that if farmers can order on mobile, you can direct them towards ordering earlier in the week, and that can have a big impact in terms of reducing costs for animal feed companies. I've pitched it to a few companies in Ireland, and you know, there hasn't been huge interest yet. I think they're kind of concerned that it might again change how they work. But a bit like Kieran, I don't know if it's the same point, but we had a quick conversation with the Northern Ireland feed company, and you know, the product is going to be launched next month, and they've been really, even though their work practices are very severely disrupted by the pandemic, and guys have been out sick and so on, but they've kind of moved the project along and been very enthusiastic about it. So I can't say that there's a difference in culture. I think technology has to be really specific to a region, and they all operate very differently. Like Central Europe is totally different to Ireland and the UK. So I think you just have to take account of that in the way you design the technology and make it to suit local needs, if that makes sense.
John, there may be an idea that agri-tech is more for bigger businesses and global supply chains. I just wanted to ask you, I was interested, I think it was last year, I read a piece that you wrote about the idea of local, smaller scale food producers and local supply chains, and how you're also interested in these networks as well. And can you just briefly describe them?
Yeah, I suppose, I think there certainly is a feeling that if they adopt new software or use it in their business process, that they think this is a huge project and we need to really think about it. But the reality is, from a development point of view, you can be really flexible and really lean, solve very specific problems for relatively small players, if you like. And I suppose one thing that we did a little bit of research recently, and a lot of food producers locally, it's difficult for them to get into the supply chains because they're competing against, procurement softwares that are there for restaurants and hotels. And I think there's a real opportunity there to kind of build a really neat solution for small producers to connect in with the food service business and retail business. And, again, that's an example of something that can be pretty niche, can be delivered relatively easily and create a lot of value for small producers.
And Kieran, in your case, I suppose there's two quick questions. One is about whether your technology can help part-time farmers stay in business or not. And secondly, that question of how you can ensure that technology doesn't leave farmers more isolated, that people are still at the heart of what is going on. And I suppose farmers may have a concern that this technology might lead them to not see people so much.
Yeah, well, the first point for part-time farmers, I think it's been a boon really for them, because in the past, if they were trying to buy animals at the mart, they wouldn't know what was there. They would have to stay for the day at the mart, but now they can view them as they're going through the ring or go to the mart on that day and pick the correct one that they want. And I think intimidation as well around the ringside, for the part-time farmer who wouldn't be there day in, day out, it has really allowed them to avoid the intimidation from some of the larger buyers when they're trying to buy their animals. We've heard that across north and south, where that has been a factor for them and why they really want to keep it.
And the question about isolation.
Yeah, it's a funny one. I think in some respects it has driven a lot of chatter among the local community, because they're watching the marts and then they're calling each other to ring up and see, what did you think of the trade there? Did you see it down in Cork? Did you see it up the north? What did you think of Richard Beattie selling the sheep last night? Has been a number of times that has come up where people are kind of compare the notes and what the difference is, and it kind of gets the creative juices flowing, and they can talk about it. We have one farmer that's must be maybe 84, calling to our house regularly when Mam Cross is on, and a guy that would have also had a flip phone, and he got to use the iPad and is checking in to give out about the prices in Mam Cross for sheep. So.
Yeah, great to hear. Finally, we just have one question. We've got about 40 seconds left. So one question here: what is the best advice that John and Kieran have received for their business? John.
I'm trying to think what the best advice. I suppose, again, just going back to that earlier point, when we started off, when we got some success in Europe, we thought we could fit that model to other parts of Europe. So I think the best advice is that, providing, a tailored type of approach that actually solves specific pain points in a location and farming system. That's kind of turned things around a little bit for us, and we're seeing a lot more traction now. So that's kind of something we've learned.
And Kieran.
Yeah, I don't know if it was advice that we got, but I guess what we've tried to do is to rapidly iterate on feedback that we get from customers. So I know we launched with just a web app, and then we had one of our colleagues going around talking to farmers on the day, what was wrong, what was the problems, and that was fixed for the next iteration, and that's continuous. I think that's probably where we're doing quite well on, is trying to fit and solve problems for the customers.
Well, I'm going to wrap it up there. I don't want to eat into the next session, but Dr. John Garvey and Kieran Feeney, thank you both very much. It's just fascinating to hear how quickly this change is happening, how the pandemic has really stimulated that change, but also your plans for the future. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. And we're going to hand over now in a minute to David Leydon, Roscommon farmer and head of food and agribusiness in IFAC. And he's going to be in conversation with Jack Crotty and Barbara Bray. And then we're going to have a 10-minute break for coffee and stretching and tea or whatever you want. And after that, we have a second session on AgriTech and sustainability. So I just remind you all, if you can, to make sure that you have a look at the virtual exhibition. Go to the left-hand side of the screen and click on through. And also make sure, if you can, to send in your comments, send in your questions. The moderators will put them all to the panelists. It's a really brilliant opportunity to do that while we have them here. So we're going to hand over to David now. David.
Thanks very much, Ella. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. You're very welcome to the FoodTech session, and thanks again to Cork Leo for the invitation. I guess the first thing to say is FoodTech isn't new. With pasteurization in the 1860s, with the first TV dinners in the 1950s. So the FoodTech journey is continuing. I suppose COVID has definitely accelerated some trends. You know, food delivery, e-commerce, automation in food production facilities has increased. But other trends have taken a knock. For example, the minimal packaging movement has taken a knock. And I know Jack is going to speak about that later. So look, it's delighted to be joined here by Jack Crotty and by Barbara Bray of Allo Solutions. And I suppose we'll start off with you, Barbara, and maybe get a little bit on your story, your background, and also your business.
Thank you very much. It's great to be here. I'm really excited to be talking to an Irish audience for a change. So I'm Barbara Bray. I'm a food safety and nutrition consultant. I worked in the food industry for around 15 years, mainly in chilled produce and working with fresh cut produce. So, you know, my career started at the time of fresh cut bagged salads and fresh cut fruit, that type of thing. So I've always been in the kind of produce end of food manufacturing and development. But I set up my consultancy business 7 years ago, and that focuses on helping people with technical standards that they need to have in place, not just for food safety, but also to satisfy requirements of the retailers and customers that they go into. And then also, can you hear me?
Yeah, no, you're perfect, Barbara, yeah.
And also I'm a registered nutritionist, so I've been working more recently since I did my Nuffield farming scholarship a few years ago around nutrition and the purpose of fruit and vegetables and how we can get more vegetables into people's recipes and final offer and improve the health of our nation. So that's been a kind of sustainable nutrition journey that I've been taking some of the suppliers on and clients and just helping them get that message across about how to communicate some of the health benefits of their products.
I suppose, Barbara, you've seen that since COVID began, a lot more scratch cooking. Has that been something that you've noticed or some of your clients have noticed?
Definitely, and because I'm working with people who are producers, so they're seeing that they're able to carry on producing and selling. Obviously, there was the lack of the food service sector during the first, well, we've still got that issue now that we've got lockdown. So people have had their businesses hit, but they've been able to pick up business by going B2C. So I had 1 or 2 clients who were literally all into the food service sector who've now switched completely to a B2C model, delivering boxes of fresh fruit and vegetables direct to people's homes because everyone's gone into the scratch cooking business. And now they've started adding a few extra bits and pieces into those boxes to make the whole experience a bit more exciting, because it's now, you know, cooking and shopping is now our entertainment in the UK in the absence of absolutely everything else.
Yeah, I think cooking, shopping, and maybe some people are doing a bit of running, and there's nothing else actually at the moment. So Jack, talking about sending boxes to people and boxes of food, talk to us about NeighbourFood and the journey you guys have been on.
Well, we're going now. I think we were 18 months going prior to COVID, and then obviously since COVID hit, it's changed quite dramatically the way in which we operate and how we do our business. The NeighbourFood model itself would look like from the outside as if we built it for this pandemic. We really had to change very little about it, but you're talking about a fully contactless shopping experience, but also from the behind the scenes. So the producers are dropping off individually, so all of that can be managed. So we can actually kind of fully operate no matter how bad the restrictions can be. The NeighbourFood model continues to be able to get food to people without, in some cases, the customers even needing to leave their car. They can just drive to the collection point and it can be put in their boot for them.
Jack, you were telling me yesterday, we had a chat, that you're running the business from Italy, that you're a resident over in Italy. What's it like running a business during the pandemic from Italy and growing it and scaling it quite rapidly in Ireland and the UK?
Yeah, I mean, I should say it wasn't the intention that we were going to be here, certainly not in a situation like this, but my family are Italian. And we live over here and we're looking for a place back in Ireland, and we'll hopefully get there as soon as we can. But I think really it's a blessing in disguise, because I drove myself to near sickness, the amount of work that was needed purely on the computer. And I know that if I was at home in Ireland, where I would have known the majority of the community, certainly the initial people that were selling through our system when the pandemic first happened, I would have been all over the place. It would have been unavoidable to have been helping with logistics, jumping in, helping a new host get started. So that restriction of actually being locked here in my apartment with my wife, 8 months pregnant, getting ready for the birth of our second child, it allowed me focus in on being the kind of the MC in the background, being able to answer everyone's questions, fix problems as quickly as they needed to be done. So I think it was a blessing in disguise, really.
Okay, good. So you're sort of working on the business as opposed to being buried in the details of the business. And
very much so.
Okay, that's good. Jack, is Neighbourhood Food a tech company or a food company?
Yeah, you asked me this question yesterday, and I said it's kind of almost a ridiculous question, because obviously we're a software company. We focus our time in being and developing software, and we very much want to be industry leaders in that. So we always want our tech to be better than any other possible tech out there. Food is definitely the heart of NeighbourFood, and tech is the brain, the arms, and the legs. So there are two of us in NeighbourFood. It's a partnership between myself and my partner, Martin Poucher. And Martin is day and night developing and working on the software, and I'm day and night speaking to producers, hosts, other partners. So I think we are very much a food company that appreciates that tech can eliminate a lot of the stresses for the producers and can really streamline it for the customers.
So maybe when you talk about the tech and how it's allowing your producers link up with consumers, we know that farmers markets have been around since forever, really, but now the technology is allowing you to scale the farmers market concept.
Yeah, to a certain extent. I mean, I'm always very careful when it comes, and I think any of my producers would agree with us at this point, because it's tried and tested, but we're not a farmers market rebrand. We're not a modernization of a farmers market. They're not going to go anywhere. Farmers markets will always be there, but the experience of the farmers market is somewhat of a luxury experience. I would say it fits into your relaxing part of your week, or your social or your personal time, while shopping doesn't necessarily always be an enjoyable experience. So NeighbourFood allows that be something that you can get done efficiently, and something you can do quickly, and something that you can do at home when you're beside your fridge looking at where the holes are in your food supply in your house, and you can make those plans, organize them, and then the pickup can be really fast. And then you can go to the farmer's market to pick up things that you might impulse, a nice jar of honey, or the nice fresh croissant that morning, or the cup of coffee, or the food to go. And those farmers markets, I think, have become, and it has shown as they've been reopened within lockdowns, that those communities are strong, and that they're providing a great service for the farmers and producers, but also the customers to be able to socialize outdoors. While NeighbourFood is really providing a very, very different type of experience to the customers.
So are you pitching Neighbourhood Food as an alternative to go to the multiple, where we know the main volume of food is being purchased in the multiples at the moment, and will be for the foreseeable, but is Neighbourhood Food an alternative to that?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we've always looked on it that way, and we're trying to pull as many people away from buying imported foods that are not necessarily needed to be imported. So we're trying to show people the volume of produce that is available in your community. So not every farmer ends up at a farmer's market. It's a very time consuming, it's very laborious. And at the end of the day, farmers become farmers not to stand behind a table accepting €3 for a bunch of carrots. They do it to put those carrots into the ground, to pull them from the ground. Farmers like being farmers, butchers like being butchers. So you'll realize that there is much more available in your community when you actually look on a NeighbourFood, because many of the producers, they can't afford to be at the farmers market. So we're trying to show people that actually you can shop locally and that it can be affordable. We're a marketplace. We don't control the pricing of our producers. So there's a huge variation between the different fancier type of, special occasion products versus your real, veg, bread, eggs, milk, dairy, and that it can be completely price competitive and that you can keep every penny of that within your small community that you live in.
Barbara, I see you nodding your head there when you hear Jack saying that farmers want to be farmers and not shopkeepers. Are you seeing the NeighbourFood type developments in the UK?
I think what's been interesting, it's spread wider than the UK. I'm doing a webinar later on today, and we're going to be talking about a Dutch company that are doing the exact same thing. They've got an app called Crisp, and they're bringing in the same way that Jack is doing, all these different producers, and people are able to order as an alternative to supermarkets. And I'd say in the UK, that's probably more of a London thing. I'm based in the north of England, in Manchester, and I know as you get into Scotland, you've got fewer opportunities, but definitely I think in London, those types of apps are more prevalent because of the whole delivery model. So you're not having to go miles and miles to deliver, or people aren't having to travel miles and miles to collect, which wasn't really feasible in lockdown. So I think, in a big city, that's very easy to implement, or in a place where you're not having to drive quite a huge distance to get the product. But I can see it developing in England and into Scotland as well. Wales, I think, might be a bit tricky from its geography. And Northern Ireland is a small community, so maybe it'll take off more there before it takes off in England.
You're dealing with an awful lot of food companies through the consultancy. What are the main changes you've seen? And we're a year into COVID now, since a pre-COVID period to today. So what have been the big accelerated changes that you've seen in the last year?
I think the response of the food companies to people's new behaviour. So people kind of fell into two camps. There were the people who kind of went down the healthy route and said, I need to get my immune health in condition, so I need to exercise and eat lots of healthy food. And then there were people who went, I need to look after my mental health and be happy, and I don't care what I eat. So it was more about the indulgence. And food companies have been kind of split down the middle. So they've either been in the indulgent camp or they've been in the healthy camp. And I think for the healthy food sector, it was hard to get lots of fresh produce logistically out to people in a very short space of time, because everything kind of collapsed very quickly. So the logistics and the e-commerce was sucked into that space. What we saw were providers like Just Eat and Uber Eats actually taking shopping from shops to people's homes. I think that was a big change. And then we started, because of the closure of the pubs and the casual dining experience, seeing people doing B2C delivery. So they were taking, the coffee experience or the tea experience or the beer and wine experience to people's homes directly. So I'd say, it really has, there have been some people that have done a bit of both, the indulgence and the health, but people kind of fell into one of those two camps, and the industry kind of stepped up to try and meet those two needs.
Okay, we might get a few health tips from you before the end of this session, given the year that we've had. Tell me this, from an e-commerce perspective, purchasing habits change in an online environment as opposed to being in a physical shop environment. The digital shelf becomes more important. How your packaging looks online becomes more important. Do you simply reorder what's in your basket? How do you try new products? What's your thoughts on how purchasing and people's consumption habits how they will change, given that we're purchasing an awful lot more in an e-commerce environment?
I think what was interesting at the time when the first lockdown happened, we've been building up to this whole piece around sustainable packaging, and people were very passionate about removing plastic from things like fresh produce. And then when we went into the pandemic fully and we were trying to understand about infection transmission, suddenly everyone realised that actually plastic is a very good barrier for reducing cross-contamination and infection, because you don't want to pick up something that somebody else has touched if it's raw. And, all of a sudden that piece changed. And I think what we're starting to see now is a slow comeback of how people are going to repackage or package their food. So we're seeing things like seaweed components come into packaging, and we'll still see that plastics bit come out, but now there's a focus on things like labelling. How do you tell the story of your product? So Jack was talking about convenience. People want to get things really quickly, but there's also a need for people to understand where their product has come from. So has it been locally produced and locally sourced? Is it from a place where they pay their workers a living wage? You know, is it something that has come from a specific type of agriculture, like regenerative or organic? Or, you know, people want to know that story, and it's easier to do that online. But what I've seen is in that time that we've been clamoring to get a story online, we've kind of forgotten about the vulnerable. So elderly people who might not necessarily be available to access those e-commerce platforms without their kids, or vulnerable people who might have a low income and not be able to have constant internet access because they're paying as you go. And I think there is a danger that certain people will drop out from being able to interact with the rest of society because we haven't thought about how we provision that same information for people who aren't able to access the e-commerce platform so easily.
Yeah, the new illiteracy, if you don't have a phone and you can't use it, it is the equivalent of illiteracy many moons ago. But Jack, you were really pushing the minimal packaging movement pre-COVID, and that has changed since COVID arrived. So that has taken a back step. Do you see it coming back into vogue and becoming part of the conversation again, or is minimal packaging going to take a back seat for quite a few years?
But definitely in our inception pre-COVID, one of the real resonating USPs of what we were doing was in fact the minimal packaging. And because of the nature of how NeighbourFood works behind the scenes, the producers themselves are merchandising their products online. So therefore, there is a reduced requirement in terms of packaging that is needed. It's kind of more of a reasonable packaging than a kind of an industry standard. So we had loose vegetables, we had glass bottles of milk that you would get 50 cents on return, these types of things happening. And obviously in COVID, a lot of it had to be pulled back, but I don't think it was pulled back from consumers' wishes and wants. I think even in the stress of it, they still were wincing at the thought of having to start refilling the recycling bin again. So I definitely feel like within the demographic that we are working with, the people who are using NeighbourFood, it'll come back quite quickly, I would imagine. And I think producers are really keen to bring it back as well, because it's cheaper for everybody. The end user is paying more to discard of that waste, and the producer themselves are paying more to wrap it in. So it's a win-win for everybody. And we're going to start seeing taxes coming into play, no doubt, and larger companies being forced to change the way they package. But obviously the issue being the new materials we adopt to use are often food-based products, which is an issue in terms of food around the world. We're importing food products from countries that might not have very good food supply to make our packaging for our food. So there's an ethical dilemma that's in there. And will the production of these products be able to keep up with the public demand? But to kind of answer your question, I think very quickly the public are going to come back demanding less packaging, or let's call it unnecessary packaging.
You noted there the type of customer that uses your service. Maybe just describe that consumer for us for a second.
Yeah, so we're slow to take complete information on all of our users. They sign up with an email address and they have to use a date of birth because there is alcohol that's sold from alcohol producers. But other than that, really, we know their name and their email. So we just look at it from who comes to our site. So a funny thing I can tell you is through Google Analytics, is 70% of people ordering on NeighbourFood are women. And from coming to the collection point, 70% are men. So the lady is ordering while someone else is being sent in to pick up the shopping. So that's something we've observed. We're mostly working with families. The convenience of NeighbourFood, the range of which usually is available at each of our sites, makes it a great easy way for people that are time poor. So most people that are time poor are parents. I speak from experience. You also have a very much a new evolution for us now, but Google Analytics as well, because we're not 100% sure from our own statistics, but up about 25 years older now, our audience is, versus where we were pre-COVID. We definitely have a lot of children ordering for their parents, and then that evolving into parents learning how to do it for themselves, which is great. So we have a little bit of a funnel system going on there where we're bringing on some of the older generations into e-commerce for the first time. And then I would say that our demographic, I'm always fooled by thinking that it's going to be someone with a little bit more disposable income, but it's just really not the case. We start delivery schemes in a city, and you target flyers and different things to the areas you think are of a higher earning potential, and the first 5 orders that come through come from somewhere else in the city that wouldn't be considered to be an affluent area. So, good food is not reserved for those who have money to splash. I think the people who care about spending money on food, it's irrespective of the earning that they have. So our audience is very, very broad in that sense. The one thing I would say that is maybe a shock to you, but it's not to us, you don't really have anybody under the age of 30 using NeighbourFood. And the reality of that is we are selling raw ingredients. We're majority selling vegetables, bread, milk, eggs, meat, fish. And those are, people under 30, this generation are not cooking as much at home. And that's just where...
A lot of under 30s are back living at home since the pandemic started.
Yeah, that's true.
Jack, your comment about the increasing age profile of customers using digital really harks back to what Kieran was saying about MartEye and the older guys since COVID came in beginning to use technology, which is a positive development. I suppose it wouldn't be a technology conference if we didn't mention blockchain and cryptocurrency. So Barbara, I'm going to go straight to you. Blockchain, you're big on supply chain integrity. Is blockchain a fad? Is it an overhyped technology? Or is it actually something that we're going to see in our consumer lives, I suppose, and in the food sector over the coming, say, 3 to 5 years?
It's an interesting one because I think it had so much hype to start with. People just kind of avoided it and thought, well, it was too good to be true. And I think now we know a little bit more, and that you're starting to see businesses throughout the ag sector using it. You realise that it has got a place, but I don't think it's a magic bullet and it's going to solve all the problems. I think it will have its limitations. You're still relying on people to put the right data in there in the first place, like with any traceability system. But I do think it is a useful tool, not necessarily for the whole entire industry, but ones where you don't have lots of complicated transactions and you can't double entry. I think it will be a useful tool, but it just won't be one that the whole industry is going to embrace fully. I think it will be specific to certain commodities, for example.
Have you seen any food company use it from tracing a food product all the way from the fork to the consumer?
Not yet. I've seen it in places. So, for example, talking to Australian growers who get paid on the mechanism of when their lorry drives over a certain point in the process, that it records all the information on the weight of the grain, and the money gets deposited into their account. And also looking at the seafood industry, where they're able to use it to help with the captures. So when they're identifying what's come on the boat, they're picking it up and putting that information in there and then. But obviously they have more of an issue on looking at the type of fish, the variety, the declaration, and it's more about food fraud. So that's been a really useful tool. So whether we'll start to see it go all the way through to consumer, I'm pretty sure that we will, but I just think it will take a bit more time as people get used to the idea and look for alternatives, and when they don't find them, come back to blockchain.
Okay, very good. And Jack, NeighbourFood is enabled to accept cryptocurrency?
I mean, we'll take a trade, cattle, sheep, anything you want. We'll figure out a way to take it. But I think it's going to be quite some time before someone's using cryptocurrency to buy their weekly shopping. But the great thing about working within tech is that you are incredibly flexible.
Yeah, so you're ready to go. So if you want to buy your shopping in cryptocurrency on NeighbourFood, go ahead. Barbara, sorry now to come to this question, but we have to do it. We have a question in here. How has Brexit impacted the food industry in the UK and the relationship with Ireland customers and suppliers?
It's made it challenging, and we've worked very hard in the UK to try and mitigate a lot of the problems. So I don't know if anyone remembers back in 1999, where everyone was working really hard to make sure that on the first day of 2000, the IT systems didn't go bang. I think that's a little bit what we've been trying to do. We've been trying to make sure that all the labelling is right, everything's logistically in the right place. We've tried to smooth out the demand curves and issues, but I think we still have some way to go. And I think those first couple of months where we were seeing what was happening in Northern Ireland, it was a very difficult situation. Even for packaging companies, I work with a packaging company that said, you know what, we can't do this a third time. Twice they'd already stocked up, shipped product to Northern Ireland ready in time for Brexit, and twice they hadn't needed to, and it was costing a lot of money. So people have spent a lot of money trying to facilitate these trade routes, only to find out that there's no help and support. They really have to dig deep and work with other businesses to try and work out the best solution. And I think that's where we're at and where we will be for quite some time.
Jack, you're expanded into the UK. The impact of Brexit on the organisation?
But we've actually been trading in the UK since inception. So we opened our first market in Scotland. And it's actually funny, Barbara, as you were saying that the models are kind of taking off in London, or these companies are targeting London. We work in the direct reverse of what you described. So the more rural we are, the more successful our markets tend to be. And I love that. And that's completely where our focus is. The reality is that there are very few farms in London, and many people are looking for home delivery because they don't really drive either. So giving someone a 20-kilo box of vegetables and milk, and then they have to take it on the underground, doesn't quite work out very well. So we trade a good bit in the UK. Brexit doesn't directly affect our business as NeighbourFood, but it completely ripples down through the producers and the customers that are using it. So my first sign that I've really noticed these days is obviously supply issues. So we're having a lot of refunds of people who didn't get in a particular ingredient to be able to do their production, so they've had to cancel their orders for that week. And second of all, there is a hesitancy and a fear towards adapting and evolving your business into something that is dependent on an import. So we were working with a producer who was planning to cover, let's say, an area of sales that we were recommending that they would be able to provide to the customers. And their response was, currently the uncertainties of Brexit mean that we're not going to take that risk and do that. So for me, the biggest impact right now is a fear of the unknown and a hesitancy to evolve and move forward.
Okay, thank you. We have 2 minutes left. From both of you guys, the top 3 food technology impacts over the coming 3 years that people need to be aware of. So we'll start with you, Barbara, the top 3.
My top 3, personalised nutrition. So I think AI, artificial intelligence, is going to help with that. Bio-based and biodegradable food packaging is definitely on the move forward. And personalised ethics, I think, again, artificial intelligence will help signpost people to the type of food that they want. So whether it's about provenance or type of production system or ethical management of people, I think those will be the 3 things that we'll be looking at in the future.
Okay, and Jack?
So purely from our own experience in NeighbourFood, I think you're going to see the age continue to creep up a little bit more. We're still noticing even more 80-year-olds and even north of that starting to use NeighbourFood and get involved with it. I think you're going to see a breaking of the block that is against doing your weekly shop online. It was kind of one of the last things that we refused to order online. And COVID has brought people into the idea where they can do that, where they can engage. And that in turn, by creating demand, has brought more and more small producers online through, whether it's a direct sale through their own website or through an aggregator such as ourselves. And this is my positive, and this is maybe my own personal feeling, but I think we're going to see the strength coming to smaller retailers and independents, and a little bit of a move away from the dependence of tech giants, Amazon type companies that are dominating e-commerce. I think that this period of time is going to have brought smaller businesses online, and it's going to allow the public to realize that they don't need to rely as much on those tech giants, that they can actually move into using people in their community through online as well. And I think that's going to be a big part of the next couple of years.
Okay, thank you. So to Barbara and Jack, thanks very, very much for your thoughts today. And I guess at this stage, we'll hand back to Ella.
Had to happen. I'm unmuted now. Thanks, David, Jack and Barbara. And that was really, really interesting to hear the changes that are happening here and elsewhere. So we're going to take a 10-minute break for tea, coffee, whatever you want. Again, just to remind you to use the opportunity, if you can, to contact fellow attendees, to have a look at the virtual room, the exhibitions area. It's all going to be open until 2 o'clock, but now might be the time to take 10 minutes to do that as well. All the details are on the left-hand side of the screen. And when we are back, we have a session on AgriTech and sustainability. So see you shortly.
One of the interesting things I've been talking about in preparation to this conference is we don't hear enough about tech and ag. And I know in my business as a journalist, I don't hear enough about it. And we'll talk a lot about that today, that if you're in the sector, you have a solution, why aren't we hearing more about those solutions, and why aren't we creating an environment where farmers and people in the ag and food sector can meet and benefit from people who are entrepreneurs or growing small companies. And this is the ideal place for really to kick this off. I know this is the second conference under Business Solutions for Smarter Farming, and we really have fantastic panels today. From speakers from all different sides of the industries, both traditional farming, from ag, from very new technologies like hydroponics. So it's a really, really varied panel. The environment we exist in now, where climate and sustainability is really everything, can only be really an opportunity for tech and ag, because ag and tech are the ideal marriage to sort of fill in some of those holes and bring us solutions where we're floundering, to be honest, in a lot of ways in Irish farming, and our emissions are just not being tackled. And if there are solutions out there, we need to get them moving and get them on the ground and moving quicker than they are. So they're not just ideas, they're funded, they're rolling, and they're accessible to users.
I'm a conventional farmer. I spread fertiliser. I try to grow as much grass as I can to feed my cows. But when I'm thinking about what I'm doing, the way I'm kind of thinking at the moment is, do we need to move away from this model of me worrying about how much grass I can grow? Should I be moving below the surface and worrying about the health of my soil? Mm-hmm. And I'm looking at what technologies are there that can tell me what's the health of my soil, what can really tell me what's the carbon in my soil that will actually tell me this is really what's there. And if I go and do this over the next 2 or 3 years, I'll build X amount extra carbon. That'll grow how much ever grass it will grow, and that will predict how many cows I can keep on the farm, instead of just looking about what's at the very, very top of it. So I think from an EU point of view and from an Ireland point of view, we have a huge opportunity here to be a leader in that kind of technology.
There's the immediate challenge of, I suppose, promoting engagement at farm level. So making farmers be unafraid of putting technology on their farms, and I think that is a small barrier that's there. There's a whole discussion around data and who's going to own data. Then there's policy. You know, we have a new CAP coming down the line. We believe that digitalisation is going to be a huge part of that. So as an industry group, we would like to have a role in, I suppose, bringing the industry together to be able to react and be drivers and leaders of that.
Vista Milk is a collaboration. As you said, it's a Science Foundation Ireland Research Centre, but it's a collaboration, more importantly, not just of Teagasc as one of the research organisations, but you have the Tyndall Institute, who are based in UCC, who are covering your nanosensors, your nanotechnology like that. We have a company called TSSG, who are based in WIT, and they're on the networking and telecommunications. And I think Kevin Dooley will be up here later on, and he's from TSSG. But also we have Insight in UCD, who are data analytics. So what that's allowing us to do is to cover all elements of that technology sector and to bring those new innovations from a digital point of view into and see how they can be applied from a dairy point of view. So that means that, say, whatever your problem is, say if you take animal health as an example, we can say to the guys in Tyndall, we need a sensor that you can put into the animal or that you can leave with the animal that will tell us if she's suffering from BVD or any whatever disease you want, and that they can go to the guys in TSSG and say, we have the sensor, now we need you to design the communications network that's going to take that information and send it up to the cloud so that the guys in Insight can do the analysis of the information and say, well, yeah, you can pre-warn the farmer maybe a day, 2, 3 days before he sees any physical signs that she is coming down with that illness. So it's about allowing in earlier intervention for those, so maybe you're eliminating the use of antibiotics or stuff like that. So it's using all of the technology that is now available to us to see what applications can be applied in a dairy setting.
The agricultural industry is behind other industries. and adoption of new technology is always going to be slow, no matter what industry you are in. There is a set format to how to farm. Can you farm without technology today? Yes. Can you improve your operation and can you be more efficient with technology? Certainly. But that is hard to get across. I think the challenge with a lot of technology out there is it's not something that is material.
Yeah.
We're a software as a service business. You can't walk up to us on a stand and go, look at the nice shiny new piece of kit. Yeah, it is, you know, something that you have to work very, very difficult on an individual basis to engage farmers, for them to understand the benefits to their operation.
If it's not the big, huge harvester that's going to cost somebody over 100 grand or something, but you can physically see, how can you convince somebody, like what you were talking about there, James, about like the wearable technologies or something that's going to monitor the health of your animals? Like your attitude probably as a farmer is, well, all my animals are alive at the moment and they're doing well.
Yeah.
Like I've spent 10 grand on this, what's it going to do for me?
Yeah.
So that's the bridge I think that the companies need to kind of get over. So, I mean, that's always a challenge, because that's almost like changing perceptions of like, this is how we always did it. Why do we need this extra bit of technology? Now, as I say, like, you talk to any farmers who do adopt, the early adopters, they can see the huge benefits on it. But as, say, an agricultural society almost here in Ireland, how can you spread that out? How can you get the message out there? What was it I saw the other day, something that was about transition, like, is equal to, is it innovation plus legislation plus adoption? So, I mean, these guys are coming up with the innovation, let's say. Some parts there is legislation, but how do you get the adoption, like to get farmers to transition over to using more technology that can benefit them? I don't exactly have the answer to that yet, unless you can almost put it on a piece of paper saying you will save X if you do this. But it is a challenge, definitely.
And James, I mean, coming from macro and a policy world, we're in a space now this year where the CAP negotiations are going on, the Green New Deal. There's an awful lot of unknowns. And almost within the next CAP period, we could be in a very different environment where the way farm payments are divvied up, paying for farmers to store carbon, to be climate mitigators. Are we sort of in a bit of a limbo land at the moment? Because you're obviously doing and generating ideas and tech for the environment as it is now in kind of high production dairy units and the farming space we have now. So is that going to change, and how do we look at those changes?
I think part of the challenge for us is to, I suppose, you've two different streams of research going on. You've one where you've products and ideas and innovations that are quite close to market and they're almost ready for the world of today.
Yeah.
And you've a stream of research that is thinking 10, 20, 30 years down the line. And they're trying to see, determine what are the trends and, you know, the sort of changes and fluxes that are there in any sector of industry, looking at those and see how can they maybe lead those trends and determine the direction that the industry is going to go and get there ahead of time. I think if we look at it, I think no matter what the policy change that comes and how payments will be divvied up, I think, as Carol mentioned, the Green Deal and the just transition is going to be a huge part of that. And addressing the climate change issue has to be a central part of anything that any ag tech company is doing at this point in reality.
Look, the license to farm is going to be around sustainability in the future, and you know, I think the way that will be achieved is through precision agriculture. It's reducing waste. So technology has a huge role to play in terms of that precision farming piece on farm. The big thing, I suppose, one of the challenges that will have to be addressed in the medium term is app fatigue and you know, all of these different technologies and getting to actually communicate with each other. But that's something as an industry group that we can actually have some role in trying to address and trying to get some protocols around that in time. It won't be fixed overnight, but certainly from a sustainability and Green Deal perspective, technology will be the only way to go. And there's going to be a lot of accountability introduced as part of that.
Welcome back everyone to the third annual AgriTech event with Cork County Council's local enterprise office in South Cork. You're all very welcome back, and we're going to crack on now with our second session on AgriTech and sustainability, looking at, I suppose, what's coming down the line, what solutions can tech offer when it comes to the massive challenges when it comes to sustainability, and I suppose what data can be gleaned from the farm to help farmers do what they do best. So I'm just delighted to be joined by a panel that's going to take us up to 11:20 actually. So it's a quite a long session we have here, so we can really get into things. We're joined by Mulhall, founder of Strongbow AgriTech. He's son of a beef farmer in Galway, and he's joining us from Canada, where it is at the moment 3:30 a.m. Mulhall, you're very welcome. Also joined by Dr. Fiona Brennan, Teagasc expert in soil and environmental microbiology. Dr. Sara Morrissey-Tucker, Centre Manager at AgriTech Centre of Excellence at Munster Technological University, and Geoff Dooley, a Strategic Advisor and Consultant, formerly Chairman of Nuffield, Ireland. And we're going to talk, I suppose, for the next 40 minutes or so about what is out there at the moment, what kind of solutions are being offered in terms of the challenges of sustainability. And we're going to start, if we can, Sarah, with you, because I gather you have a short presentation that you can give us with a bit of an overview.
Just a few slides. Hi, thank you, Ella, and thank you everyone for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Dr. Sara Morrissey-Tucker. I'm the Centre Manager for ACE, the AgriTech Centre for Excellence in Munster Technological University. I'm new to the area of agriculture and agri-tech. I just started this job in January, so I'm looking forward to listening to all the speakers today. So if I go through ACE, ACE is the AgriTech Centre of Excellence. We were set up with substantial funding of about €2 million. And the investment is coming from Enterprise Ireland, with our main partner companies being Dairy Master here in Kerry, McHale Mayo, and Abbey Machinery in Tipperary. We also get funding and support from Kerry County Council and MTU here in Kerry. So at ACE, we offer a new approach to agri-tech sectoral learning and development. And to do that, we use e-learning as well as virtual and augmented reality technologies. So at the ACE Centre, we identify, we research, we share and implement best practice in innovation, in processes and systems, in people skills, and in company capability and internationalisation, with the goal of delivering sustainable market growth for our agri-tech company partners. You'll see here some images of our virtual reality suite. So at the ACE offices here in MTU Kerry, we house Ireland's first and only augmented virtual and mixed reality suite. And we also have some mobile virtual reality kit equipment as well that we can rent out or give out to secondary schools and such. So how does ACE fit in terms of agri-tech sustainability? Well, if we look at the population increasing towards 2050 to about 10 billion is what is expected, there's a rise in food needs with that as well. And with more food needs requires more efficient methods in food production and in farming, and the need for a skilled workforce with that. So we do that through innovation in assistive technology and training to improve and develop people. It's evident from the Department of Agriculture report FoodWise 2025 that investment in human capital at all stages of the agricultural supply chain is a key aspect for sustainability. So at ACE, we work to support the agri-tech companies in helping to improve their efficiency of resources through targeted training programs. At MTU, which we put together to upskill those in the agricultural sector, such as a certificate in agri-tech development. Also through custom-built in-house employee training and management systems with our learning management systems by e-learning. And with our VR and AR mixed reality suite, where you can have an agri-tech company can have a model of their product. They can have it computerized and visualized within our suite to the extent where they can do training on that without having to be out in the fields. They can do training with their dealers who are in another country that don't need to be there. They can provide maintenance assistance, and thereby you're reducing the company costs, you're reducing company time, and also reducing the carbon footprints. Also now with COVID being an impacting factor these days, giving virtual events to access to those who wouldn't ordinarily be able to attend events, and also to give more accessibility. I think that's it for me for now.
Thanks, Sarah. That's very, very interesting. And we're going to touch on some of those points that you make in the next half an hour or so. Just to remind people, if you want to get questions or comments in, go ahead and input those questions and comments, and I'll make sure to put them to the panelists as soon as they come in. Mulhall, over there in Canada, so in 2015, you built a prototype for your father, who is a beef farmer there in Galway, and your journey began. Can you tell us that story and what the technology was trying to solve, what problem it was trying to solve?
Right, thanks Ella. I suppose I nearly need to bring it back a little bit further than that. I did grow up in beef farm. I'm also an engineer, so I like to talk about two very dominant but conflicting mindsets. One of them wants to stay doing the same thing we did for 100 years, and the other wants to change everything and disrupt things, and I'm never happy with the status quo. So I suppose that's probably where the two mindsets sit together, is when I'm working on an AgTech project. So they work in harmony when they're in that scenario. But yeah, back in 2015, I identified a problem with my dad. He's a beef farmer. He finishes animals, so he would have animals indoors, feeding them for slaughter, and he noted several times that he had very limited amount of information on how the animal's condition was progressing, how much weight they were putting on it. Just when you, I suppose, compare it to maybe the dairy industry, there's a void of information there that we just don't have. Whereas in dairy, where they're able to track a vast amount of information, and on beef, it's basically up to the farmer's eye, and you're relying on good stockmanship. Not to say that there isn't good stockmanship out there, but relying on it is an issue. So yeah, I think the simplest option was that we were to come up with a system of weighing the animals more frequently, and it was a very, I suppose, basic concept. It was a very basic system. I built it for my dad. It was a home project, and I put it running for a couple of years. Now, I suppose I was an engineer at a full-time job. I was more interested in the glamour and of the new tech that was out there in the medtech sector. So I would have continued working in that sector for years until I really went back and noticed after a few years how my dad's practice had changed, how he had so much more understanding about his animals, how he was able to see specific cows, specific calves doing better year after year, and being able to improve his own efficiency on site. So it was really, that's what spawned it all. After a couple of years of seeing how this information changed my dad's farming practices for the better.
And you mentioned there, the idea of farmers staying doing the same thing, and I suppose farmers in general have the benefit of hindsight because they have the knowledge passed down from their ancestors in terms of how things are done. And now we're in this sort of incredible sort of moment of change where technology can come in and inform them, as they did for your father, of an awful lot more information that can come their way.
Well, there is a lot of things going on behind the scenes. There's genetic variation, there's variation by sex, there's variation by a lot of things on farms, and in a lot of cases, a lot of animals are treated the very same when they might need to be treated the same. So yeah, I think farming practice, specific beef practices haven't really, I suppose, changed with technology as it will in the future, hopefully.
And Sarah, I suppose we're looking at this through the lens of all the challenges that there are at the moment in the world, most importantly for farmers, climate change, biodiversity loss, all these issues that they have to face. And can you talk a bit about technology and how it can help farmers make better decisions given the pressures that are now on them?
Technology can really help with efficiency, I think, is the main area that we could see it helping with an efficiency in terms of resources. So whether it's providing drones for better land management or image recognition for cows to see how many have been milked to make sure that they're not milked twice and things like that. So I think it's in terms of efficiency is really where we would see it.
And Fiona, you're an expert in soil. You run a very interesting lab. I suppose what, sort of stating the obvious, but what underpins nearly all farming in Ireland is still what's under our feet. Can you talk a little bit about the data held in the soil that can help farmers understand more about the decisions they have to take on their farm?
Absolutely, Ella. I mean, our soil is so fundamental to our whole agri-food sector, and more broadly, the ecosystem services it brings huge benefits globally. So in terms of what soil organisms bring, you know, they provide nutrients, vitamins and hormones for plants. They protect plants from stress and pests and diseases. They are the engine of nutrient cycling, and you're talking about climate change. I mean, understanding these organisms is fundamental to understanding and managing climate change. They are the engine of carbon and nitrogen cycling, and ultimately climate change on a simplistic level is about those carbon and nitrogen balances. So these organisms control those, and they determine, for example, whether carbon is sequestered into the soil, there's a net removal of carbon from the soil, or there's carbon is released through respiration. They also produce greenhouse gases, but can play a role in mediating these greenhouse gases. So there's a whole range of services that soils provide, and most of them are coming from soil organisms. And understanding these systems are these organisms and how they're affected by how we manage soils, the climate, the environment, all, I suppose, provides that information that helps us to inform agricultural management going forward.
So from the point of view of AgriTech and your area of expertise, what kind of technologies are at play?
So I suppose soil microbiology is one of those areas that's been absolutely transformed by new technologies. We were very limited over the years in being able to study these organisms. There's, I suppose, enormous diversity of organisms in soil. We're talking about 100 million bacteria in a handful of soil, 50 kilometers of fungal networks. That's not to mention all the archaea, protozoa, viruses. So it's an immense biodiversity, and we were very much limited by the technology that was available to us. We'd either try and take the organisms out and grow them in the lab, or maybe put a suspension under the microscope. And both methods would only give us a tiny fraction of the overall community. But new molecular techniques combined with new data analysis methods have completely revolutionized what we can do. Instead of trying to get organisms out of the soil, we can now extract DNA or RNA or protein from an intact community in the soil and look at all members of the community. So instead of looking at individual organisms, we can look at everything. Sequencing technologies there's been several generations of it, but a bit like mobile phone technology, it's absolutely exploded our capacity to sequence organisms. So we get information about their genetic code, which can tell us what organisms are there and also what they're doing. We've also seen, I suppose, iterative processes in the length of sequencing. So some of the sequencers would only give you short bits of information, short bits of genetic code, say 300 to 400 base pairs. And we can now get ones that are giving us lengths of tens of thousands of base pairs, which makes it much more easy when we go to put the jigsaw. We need to put all this information back together to make interpretations. So I'd say, I mean, it's been absolutely, our field has been absolutely transformed by technology. The advances in the last couple of years are just extraordinary. So as an example, I mean, many people here might have done ag science for Leaving Cert, would have learned about the nitrogen cycle. What we know about the nitrogen cycle in the last 10 years has been completely transformed. And that's something we've been familiar with for hundreds of years. So it's really changed everything.
Geoff, coming to you, I mean, you know, it's already started, but the extent of disruptive change that's going on is just phenomenal, isn't it?
Absolutely, Ella. It's fascinating, and it comes in different guises, I think, as well. And, you know, as I'm listening to the conversation and what Fiona, Mulhall and Sara are contributing, I'm thinking back to when I did a Nuffield scholarship in 2003. I was fascinated by the whole bioethanol industry in North America, Ella. And what I learned from that was that, you know, something that is disruptive need not necessarily be sustainable. So in a sense, the bioethanol industry was disruptive to maize or corn production, but in providing a competing use for what was already a scarce resource, it actually wasn't sustainable. And whatever kind of a life cycle analysis was done on it, you know, I couldn't bring back a story to claim and to argue that that was if you like, a sustainable technology. And that's something that I've been gripped with since in several different projects that I've worked on. And it is that technologies that create competing uses for existing resources, and indeed, I would say some technologies that are solely focused on efficiency don't promote sustainability, because efficiency can lead to an expansion and to a doubling down on processes that don't already work. So disruption can be really good, but incremental change and things that just build incrementally on things that we already know don't work, they can be problematic. So I think there's a real rich opportunity to interrogate that, Ella.
I mean, you know, this word efficiency keeps coming up when we talk about sustainability in farming and food. And you speak about this idea of an efficiency trap that we can fall into. Can you just expand on that in the context of AgriTech?
So the efficiency trap, Ella, is when the benefits of efficiency get swallowed up by expansion, lower prices, further commoditization. So efficiency is sometimes built on something that's already problematic, something that's already not working. And you know what I was really intrigued about with Mulhall when he mentioned he had two mindsets, the mindset of the engineer and the mindset of the farmer. Not everybody is lucky enough to have the two mindsets in the one head. But if we can bring mindsets together from diverse perspectives, I think we have a much better opportunity, if you like, to be able to see the space in between and to cultivate the space in between mindsets, in between sectors. Like, one of the things that really intrigues me at the moment, well, this actually, you know, this is a conference on agriculture and technology. So there's a meeting of mindsets. You know, if we took technology, agriculture, and let's say facilities, now we can see how three mindsets can come together and lead to something like, for example, urban farming or vertical farming. So I think there's a real opportunity there to foster better thinking about what sustainability means, to be quicker to spot efficiency traps by bringing different mindsets together. And that's a project I'm involved in at the moment, Ella. It's called the Originize Project. And we're bringing together groups of diverse perspectives to meet regularly in conversation without agenda, and to, if you like, a bit like, you know, where bacteria meet fungi, you know, to create a space where new ideas can emerge and to challenge existing patterns. And I think that's what sustainability is really asking of us. It's asking us to challenge the existing patterns that clearly are not working.
Mulhall, do you have a response to that? So, I mean, obviously you're in an industry, in the beef industry, that I suppose there's a huge amount of uncertainty within it. And I just wonder what you feel when you listen to Geoff there talking about disruptive change and talking about this efficiency trap as well.
Yeah, well, to a certain extent, we'd be falling into that trap that you're talking about. There is something broken in beef, particularly in Ireland. And what we're trying to do is improve efficiency. That essentially there is something wrong with the industry. There's something underlying that's wrong with it. We're trying to improve it for farmers. So, you know, it probably speaks, from what Geoff was saying, it probably speaks to another problem as opposed to what the farmers are actually doing themselves.
I mean, you've said there are significant opportunities when it comes to the collection and analysis of data for farmers like ourselves.
Yeah. So from an efficiency perspective, yes. I suppose, for example, farmers by large wouldn't be able to sell, wouldn't know exactly the right time to sell animals. So there's an efficiency improvement there straight away. Then you also get very good information on your diet. So I suppose that's where our technology kind of weighs down the hardest. Is in those two areas. It's identifying animals for sale for the optimal time of slaughter, and then for also feedback on your feed, so how your feed performed over time. I don't know of a lot of farmers outside of the farmers that have utilized our technology, that have insight into how their herd progressed throughout the finishing process, whether they're able to see right down to the day, right down to the week, how their feed is performing, and all that information is then transferable for the following year to be able to change things. So when I alluded to my dad making changes on his own farm back in 2015, it was something simple as he was keeping bulls too long out on grass. Bulls are highly energetic animals, and the late summer grass wasn't enough to sustain them. And since then, he's been bringing them in 1 month earlier, and resultantly, he's been slaughtering 1 month earlier. So his animals are now, on average, a month younger when they're going for slaughter. So it's a perfect example, I suppose, of how information can improve efficiency very quickly on a beef farm.
Sara, coming to you, I mean, obviously you work at the Centre of Excellence. You are kind of at the cutting edge of it, but I wonder about training and skills and sort of upskilling, as anyone would need within any sector you're working in, where technology is coming in at such a fast rate. Can you talk a little bit about that and the need for it and how it should be delivered?
We have, with our partner companies, the AgriTech companies of Dairymaster, McHale and Abbey, when we've been developing courses or training, we've gone through a lengthy consultation process with them, so that the courses that we deliver are specific and targeted for their needs. And in terms of delivery, I think that we need to bear in mind that there's two forms. You've got younger students who are coming up, and younger farmers who are probably more tech savvy maybe than older people might be. So there's room for sustainability there. But in terms of training for people who are already full-time employed, let's say, you're looking at online courses, you're looking at modules rather than specifically set lengthy courses and things that are delivered. And that's becoming a lot more popular these days with COVID, things being delivered online, and at more of a needs basis. So you can upskill in terms of what can be offered to you, what we can offer to you, or you can be more selective in what you go for. But online delivery is a lot more practical, I think, for people who might not have the accessibility or the time to be able to go out and do courses. And I think that's quite important.
And I suppose the question of the digital divide, I mean, whether people have broadband, whether people can afford to have this technology, all the rest, these are constant questions.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So I think a range of delivery methods are quite important, and having a course that can deliver both in person or virtually, as we're discovering with our suite, is quite important as well. So if it's not possible for farmers to come off the farm for a week, or for dealers to travel to another country, then things can be done virtually well. It's not just an online course. You can go to a centre, go to a suite like ours, and do training. And get better learning outcomes than you would from sitting down and going through watching a video, an online course, or looking at textbooks, something like that.
We've had an awful lot of questions and comments coming in, and I want to get through them as much as I can. They're all disparate, so it'll all sound like chopping and changing in terms of the subject, but I want to get through them. Before I do that, Geoff, just on the point that you made, what decision-making process should farmers go through when they're deciding whether or not to introduce AgriTech into their lives? What kind of questions should they ask in terms of whether they want to have it as part of what they do in their daily lives and what they do on their farm?
Really interesting question, Ella, at farm level. At farm level, it has to be about, I'm absolutely appreciating what Mulhall is saying, better decisions, more informed decisions, technology that can help, if you like, restore, you'd have to say maybe the power dynamic in relationships between producers and purchasers. I mean, like all of these factors become very important at farm level. However, I think there is another level, where sustainability gets really interesting as well, and it's at the system level. And in terms of what is created to serve the system, sometimes what serves the farmer and what serves the system, and particularly over different timeframes, there can be differences. And there's a complexity there, Ella, that I think in the context of a conversation about AgTech and sustainability needs to be seen as well. But the farmer's perspective is a valuable perspective, and they will, I have no doubt, be looking at efficiency, power dynamics, better decision making, running a better business, very understandably.
Fiona, we have some questions here. Just one for you because it's the top one. Fiona, should we continue to use fertilizers in agriculture?
Well, an interesting question, and I suppose we're hitting a transformative point in agriculture, and certainly in terms of international policy, our Green Deal, Farm to Fork, biodiversity strategy, soil health. It does look like there's going to be a direction of travel of downward inputs of fertilizer and other, I suppose, agri-chemicals. So I think what we'll see is reducers, but it is clear at this stage, particularly with nitrogen fertilizer, that we are going to have to substantially reduce nitrogen inputs because our system is very leaky to nitrogen. We lose a lot to greenhouse gases. We also lose a lot to water quality. So we will see, I suppose, a reduction of nitrogen fertilizer. I don't think it will stop immediately because we would hit a yield deficit. But what we want to see is more recycling of organic manures, making the best use possible out of resources farmers already have on their farms, slurries, manures, seeing farmers incorporate legumes into grassland swards to let nature provide that nitrogen instead of applying it as fertilizer. So I think we'll see a lot more efficiency and more sustainable and managing farms in a holistic way rather than, I suppose, using fertilizers to do everything. I think that's what we'll see coming down the lines.
Okay, thank you. Flying through the questions here, because we're here to make sure that the attendees have their questions answered. Micheál, what was the best advice you have received in your business? Would you recommend a process for developing a new product in Ireland today?
Right. So I said that the best bit of evidence that we've come across was with more relation to how we're building our systems, and it would have to be. Forgive me, I forget where I came from, but I was told to design our systems so that they'd last for 20 years and that we'd expect 5 from them. It was something that we took on board from an early stage. That things go wrong, particularly in the farming sector. Murphy's Law, what will go wrong, or what can go wrong will go wrong. So it stood the test of time for us anyway, is to over-engineer our hardware.
And another question for you, Micheál, what's the biggest challenge for getting farm uptake of the hardware and associated software?
So the biggest challenge for a farmer, is it?
Yes.
Yeah.
For getting farmers, getting them to use it, I suppose. Yeah.
Yeah. So to be honest, there isn't. That's something that we've taken on our own back. We've gone to the lengthy efforts to make the technology adoption of our systems as streamlined and as seamless as possible. I'd say maybe the mindset change is the big thing. It's not really so much the technology. The vast majority of our customers are online. They typically find us online. It's to get them to change their mindset so that they go from the traditional manufacturing, the traditional way of managing their farms to embracing technology in the first place. The biggest challenge we find.
Sarah, a question here. Do you work with EI innovation vouchers?
Yes, we do. Yeah.
You do.
We don't have anything.
Pardon me?
Yeah, absolutely we would, yeah.
Yeah. And what can ACE do for AgriTech startups?
So with startups, we would have a consultation process to go through a user's needs analysis to see exactly where what areas they might be lacking in and how we could facilitate them. Look at how we could upskill their staff, what we've got to offer there, whether it's in-house training, whether it's generic content training, or whether it's access to courses that are available through NTU or a specific module that might be of use to them that will facilitate them. And also to direct them in terms of more virtual technology to see how they could use that for their business to help improve either communications, these days, virtual webinars, events and things like that, or just to make better use of their time.
And Sarah, just that question that I put to Geoff, putting it to you, this idea that what decision-making process do you think farmers should go through when they're deciding, we'll say which AgriTech they want to select, and then for some farmers it'll be if they want to have AgriTech in their lives?
I think you kind of look at it at two levels. One is on a personal level, what is practical for them to implement within their own business. There is the bigger picture, which I think, more and more importantly these days, we all need to take into account. So it's trying to strike the balance between the two in terms of something that will facilitate their own needs, that has a practical purpose and is sustainable for them at a lower level, but is also serving the greater good, so to speak. I think we all need to be thinking about that these days.
And Geoff, you speak of this idea of a liminal space, where I suppose farmers will think about what's happening right now, and then also think about their grandchildren's future and what is going to be left for them. And I suppose that is where what you say is the hard and messy work of transition begins. Can you talk a little bit about that? It's an interesting idea.
Yeah, so what I find is that it's the space in between things, Ella, is where innovation comes from. So I mentioned the liminal space in the context, and that might be, for example, looking at the immediate here and now, what do I need right now? And then maybe thinking about, legacy, what does the next generation need? And then between those two, there's a space in between. And operating from that space in between and, building from there, that's where I believe sustainability and sustainable solutions and innovation come from. I think cultivating that space, Ella, is the challenge. And one way of doing that, I believe, is simply through conversation, and conversation where diverse people coming from different sectors can meet and speak without agenda. I think there is. And it's something I'm experimenting at the moment with others in terms of bringing groups together, where they can just speak about what are they noticing, what's going on. No further agenda, meeting regularly, exploring and building from what comes up without preparation, without feeling that, there's a need to solve pressing problems. That's a very interesting space. And I think that's the space where, if you like, unimagined possibilities and unimagined potential can grow from, instead of just, if you like, the incremental solution that we can imagine. I don't know if that makes sense, but I think it's very, very important. And I'd be really keen, as a result of being here today, that if there are people interested in this idea, that they reach out and contact me, because we're looking to put a few groups together and to learn more about the process of dialogue, conversation without agenda, as a conduit for innovation towards sustainability.
It seems to me what you're saying, Geoff, in essence, I hope I'm correct in sort of summarizing it, is the dangers of silo thinking.
Absolutely, Ella, absolutely. And if you like, locking down, reductionist mindset, very much sort of only seeing the parts rather than seeing the relationship between the parts. I think soil, actually, coming back to Fiona's piece, is a brilliant metaphor for how systems work and how understanding the relationships between, if you like, the different components in the soil yields a much richer understanding as to what the question sustainability asks of us. I don't know if you'd agree with that, Fiona, but I think it's a brilliant metaphor. Sometimes you only see the parts, and if you only see the parts, well, then we're out spreading fertilizer. It's not necessarily sustainable.
And Geoff, we have a question in here just briefly. How might the AgTech community help agriculture rethink broken systems?
I think there's a real opportunity for AgTech to engage with other perspectives. My vision is, Ella, for, if you like, let's call them communities of practice, where those in the AgTech space would meet others from other diverse sectors. It could be from finance, accounting, it could be from veterinary. There's so many different sectors there, but bringing people with diverse perspectives together in conversation without agenda. I think this is something that has the potential, if you like, to challenge the prevailing patterns and to bring a fresh perspective, to move away from the incremental gains. just to completely rethink. To do that, I think we need more mindsets engaging with each other. So I'd like to see those communities of practice.
Mulhall, we have a question here for you. Could you ask Mulhall, would there be an opportunity for this product in the Canadian market?
I suppose, yeah, that's a good one, taken that I'm out in Canada. Yeah, the reason I'm out here is because of the Canadian market. Our research from Ireland suggested that actually Eastern Ontario would have been a very suitable initial market, a beachhead market for our technology. It's got to do with the size of the farms, the fact that the majority of them are indoors is very suitable for our technology as it was in Ireland. A little bit unfortunate that our beachhead market happened to be an international market and that we didn't get to do that in Ireland. But yeah, no, there is a big opportunity here. We're currently serving customers out here, so we have systems manufactured and in place in Canada already.
Fiona, I wonder if you can give some good examples of where AgriTech in your sector is solving problems that you're most sort of interested in and that it excites you the most. You know, obviously, I mean, soil is such a huge, massive subject, but are there some good examples you can give of certain AgriTech products that you feel are particularly helpful?
I don't know about products, but certainly in terms of informing management, there have been some very good examples. In our own group, we've been trying to understand microbes involved in greenhouse gas generation and how by managing soils we can reduce the amount of greenhouse gases being lost from our soils. So one project we've been looking at is looking at the effect of soil pH on the abundance and diversity of these organisms that generate greenhouse gases or can transform greenhouse gases into a benign gas, N2. And we have shown that as you increase the soil pH from an acidic soil pH up to 6 or 7 even, you increase the number of these organisms that are able to transform nitrous oxide in the soil and produce N2, which is benign, makes up most of our air. So by understanding these organisms, we can are then in a position to say to farmers, if you increase your soil pH, you're going to drastically reduce your nitrous oxide emissions. So that's a relevant example and something that can be easily implemented on farm level. So it's a tangible, I suppose, output of this type of research.
And so used almost as a bioindicator, so as a way to convince farmers this is the right course of action, and then we can also look for these indicators to make sure that you're on the right path.
Yeah, we've have a survey, for example, like all across the country, where we can look at these organisms, where they are, what soils they're occurring in greater abundances, and on that basis try and develop bespoke advice for farmers. So given their situation, the soil in their fields, what's the best way to manage those soils? And I mean, this is really helpful in terms of understanding processes and working towards more sustainable agricultural systems.
Finally, we're just coming to the end of this session and we're just getting a few more comments in, and I just wanted to read them. One saying, thanks all, great talk. The economics in farming isn't great for us dry stock farmers. Deploying state-of-the-art AgriTech on the farm is a no-go. AgriTech I would be interested in would be a seamless way of testing the health of the farm's soil and a seamless daily weight check of our livestock. These are key, sorry, let's just move their key value added areas. Mulhall, I presume you'd agree to that?
Sorry, I didn't grab the last bit. Sorry. This is Brian from North Kilkenny. I would be interested in the AgriTech. I would be interested in, he says, would be a seamless way of testing the health of the farm's soil and a seamless daily weight check of our livestock. Yeah, so like the health of the soil is something that's a little bit outside of our remit, but definitely the daily live weight and daily live weight gain of the animals is something that you know, definitely a lot of people are interested in. Yes, for sure. And finally, Geoff, one final question for you, which I'm going to have to ask if you can answer in 30 seconds. For such a big topic, is a bit of a high thing to ask of you. But anyway, a question for Geoff. How does he see the communities of practice around sustainability responding and delivering tangible change in the time frame of regulation?
in the context of the EU Green Deal, where farming needs to be doing things very differently. How does he think the inertia of the current food systems can be revolutionised within that time frame? In 30 seconds.
So there isn't a specific answer, but I do think we can begin. And the way to begin, Ella, I believe, is through conversations without agenda to disrupt the existing patterns. We know those patterns aren't working. And I do believe that the leaders and the organizations that can change the game, they can move away from competing uses and, if you like, incremental efficiencies. They're the ones that are going to dominate their space. I think it's a very exciting space, but I do believe it begins with communities of practice, and I'm very interested in speaking to people who share that interest. And we have a project up and running, and we're looking to learn more about it. So diversity, mindsets, communities of practice.
Thank you so much, and I'm slipping into Jim's time here, so I'm going to wrap that. Micheál McInerney, Dr. Fiona Brennan, Dr. Sara Morrissey-Tucker, and Geoff Dooley. Thank you all so much for joining us, especially you, Micheál. As I said, it's 3:30 in the morning there in Canada. I hope you can get some sleep. Thank you very much for joining us for a really interesting discussion there. And thank you everyone for your questions and your comments. We're going to enter now the third session on food tech and export opportunities. I'm delighted to introduce the moderator for this session, Jim Corbett, UCC Institute Director. Jim, you're very welcome. I'm going to hand over to you, but I'm just going to ask you first, if you would mind just sort of talking a little bit about the UCC Food Institute and the work that goes on there, just to give us a brief overview of the work that they do.
Hi, thanks Ella, and good morning everybody. And I'd also like to welcome my two guests this morning, Chléirigh from Enterprise Ireland and Conor Mulhall from Little Milk Company. For myself, my name is Jim Corbett. I'm a dairy scientist, graduated a long time ago, and I've worked in the dairy industry most of my life. I was asked a couple of years ago to set up an office in the university to interact between the food industry and the, if you like, the food research community within the university, which has become the Food Institute, and I'm its director. I'm its first director. Most people will know that there's a very long history of food in the university, and this actually goes all the way back to 1926, which was when the first dairy science course and degree was put in place by government statute, in fact, to assist the development of what was then a nascent dairy industry in Ireland. It has gone through, food at UCC has gone through a lot of development over the intervening 90 plus years, culminating most recently, just last year, we had our first intake of a new degree in agriculture, which is the first new degree in agriculture in the country, basically since its inception. Food science these days covers a lot more than what would have been envisaged even in my time a number of years ago. Encompasses not just basic science, but also engineering, business, agriculture, and so on. And if you want to talk about food these days, you have to really take a soil to fork and beyond to human health profile. And the university is involved actively in research in all of those. Finally, I'd like to say that if you were to consider the university as a business, its business is producing knowledge, and the graduates who can take that knowledge and take it out to the outside world, whether as researchers or as executives and managers in industry. So that's the Food Institute, and obviously if anybody wants to contact me separately about that later on, they should feel free to do so. I'm now going to ask my two guests to introduce themselves. Ellen, good morning, how are you?
Good morning, Jim. It's lovely to see you, and hello to everyone out there this morning.
And
so,
Conor. And I'll ask Conor just for a brief introduction as well. Hi,
Hi, Conor Mulhall here from the Little Milk Company. Delighted to be part of the day.
Okay. So Ellen, would you like to go first and maybe tell us what aspect of Enterprise Ireland's broad canvas do you wish to bring to our attention this morning?
Sure. First of all, it's very nice to be here, so thank you very much. I was asked to speak. I suppose my background within Enterprise Ireland is looking at exciting new startup opportunities that are coming from research. So for AgTech out there, Enterprise Ireland has a large suite of offers and supports available, from exploring to see if something is a worthwhile idea. There's grants available for that. For subsequent scale up and for future investment, we are always there as partners. And I suppose if we're thinking about ag tech today and science and export opportunities, the place really where I see I fit in the ecosystem is to again support new startups and spin out opportunities from places like UCC, from institutes like Teagasc. And I think just if we take a broader step back, the ag tech as an opportunity for export is a really exciting area for Irish companies to grow, and food production, food technology, moving into robotics and digitization. So I'm really looking forward to maybe discussing some more of those opportunities and the insights that are out there for Irish companies today. Thanks, Jim.
Thanks, Helen. And just to press you on that, how would you rank Ireland's performance in terms of production of ag tech and startups and high-tech startups and so forth on an international basis? How do we compare?
So my own personal opinion would be I think we are definitely still in the growth phase for that. There are some really excellent dynamic Irish companies that are winning VC and seed investment at a global level, and they would be companies like Hexafly, like FarmHedge, like AnaBio. So there's some really dynamic companies out there, but I think we need more of them. And that's the questions that I'm being asked, particularly say from the research angle, is how can we create these really exciting new science-based companies to support the key challenges that are facing the ag sector today around sustainability, around transparency, food quality, food safety. And I think the technologies are out there. Some of them may be in a more in their infancy, some of them more in a kind of a ready to market state. But it's about trying to maybe bring those technologies and those people who have those skill sets into the ag tech sector, shining a light on the problems and the opportunities in the sector to see how we can come up with new solutions.
Well, I guess one gets very mixed messages these days about agriculture and food production and consumer choice and so forth. Ellen, do you think science is the way forward for the agriculture industry in Ireland?
I think it has to be. There's no two ways about it. I think if looking from an export perspective, you have to understand that in different countries, there are different concerns and different demands from consumers and companies alike. So if we say, take China, which is a really large export and for some of the dairy companies in Ireland, their idea and the demands that the consumer is asking and the questions and expectations of the consumer, the answers to the questions they're asking around sustainability, around food safety is really critical for them. I think, and I believe that science can help and does deliver answers to those questions. If you go, I've been myself, just as an anecdote, if you go into a supermarket in China and you see the displays of the Irish dairy produce, there's videos and AR technology looking at the grasslands of Munster, the cows, and for people who are so far detached from the farm, having this kind of, it is a marketing play, but it's the technology and the science to have the credibility behind that I think is important.
Very good. And what kind of supports and structures does Enterprise Ireland have in place to bring these ideas and initiatives forward? And I suppose we're talking maybe about, are we talking more about the science-based ones in your case, or are you open to all comers, Ellen?
So I think, look, from my perspective, yes, the science-based startups are if we look at, say, from a company perspective, they are the ones that have there's potential there for investment. But we absolutely look across the board. Everyone is welcome in our church. The goal here is exports and jobs for Ireland. So we have tailored supports depending on what a company is in at their stage of growth. As I said, whether they're starting out, whether they're looking to scale, to grow, to move to new markets, we have different supports available for that. And also, obviously, through the local enterprise offices as well. So the development advisors or the staff at the local enterprise offices are probably the first port of call to help companies find the best approach forward for them.
Very good. And I mean, Ireland, we've obviously heard this morning from a lot of small companies and medium-sized companies that have made great strides on the international stage. But do we struggle as a nation in terms of scale? Do we not have enough big companies that can, if you like, stride the world stage at a serious level? Is that a barrier, do you think, or is that not?
I think our smaller size in terms of a market, it gives us an advantage in that I think we're really adaptable. If you look on the dairy side, some of the biggest companies in the world, indigenous to Ireland are here, but also some of the major manufacturers as well that are, again, users of products from the dairy industry in Ireland. So I think sometimes we may be a little bit behind the mark, but we still have the flexibility and the agility to adapt.
Very good. Thanks, Ellen. I'll move on now to Conor Mulhall. Hi, Conor.
Hi, Jim. How are you?
You want to tell us about the Little Milk Company?
Yeah, so I suppose the history, it was set up in 2008 by a group of organic dairy farmers. It was a discussion group, a Teagasc discussion group. But kind of the goal of it really was to not be a price taker, to not just sell the milk at the farm gate, to maybe add a bit of value to it and create a bit of a brand and see if we could do something ourselves. So that kind of, it was a discussion group for a couple of years. We did some trials in various products. Around 2012, we started making cheese. We had our first sale in 2013 here in Ireland, and we had our first export sale as well that year. And I suppose what are we now? 8 years later, we're in 14 countries worldwide. We're in about 4,000 stores. And we're selling primarily an organic product off the island. Our three big markets would be America, Germany, and France. And they are, I suppose the reason we went there was we would have read the Board B reports. We would have kind of piggybacked on the kind of Kerrygold story out there. You know, I mean, Irish dairy is seen as a really, Ireland's seen as a real green, clean nation from a food point of view. And so we would have understood that if we went to those markets, people would understand where Ireland was. They would have understood what Irish agriculture was. So selling them a family farm organic story on top of that wasn't that big a deal, you know?
Yeah, what really impressed me, Conor, when I had a look at your website and made myself more familiar, I've seen your products on the supermarket shelves here in Ireland, but I was really impressed with again, how a company of your size has got such a reach already. I mean, in terms of a focus on an export opportunity, you know, a group of farmers in Leinster and so on, where was the thinking for that? What inspired you guys to take such a broad view of where your market could be, as opposed to just going down to the local farmers market, shall we say?
And don't get me wrong, we started by going into the local farmers market, but I suppose when you realise, I mean, the Irish organic market's about 280 million. The German market's 11.9 billion. The French market's 11.5 billion. The American market's $50 billion. So, and that's billion with a B, as they say. So you got to fish where the fish are. You know, if you want to go and you want to sell your products, you know, and Ireland's a very important market to us. But there's only so far Ireland's going to bring us. We're only 5 million people. Organic is seen as a more premium product, probably off the island than it is on the island. Ellen was talking there about, you know, the messaging in each market. I think that's really important because, like, when we go to Germany, the number one reason people buy organic food in Germany is animal welfare. Okay, so people are really concerned about animals. The reason they buy it in America is, you know, they want that whole natural, grass-fed, outdoor reared feel. Irish organic has all that, so you can tick a lot of boxes there. So the reason, I suppose, we went to get off the island was probably scale. You know, there's only so much that we can sell in the farmers markets or the local stores. So if we wanted to grow, if we wanted to build a business that could sustain the business itself and the farmers that supply it and make sure they could all get a decent income out of it, that, you know, what was required there was scale. So read a lot of Board B reports, went to a lot of shows to kind of have a look to see, was it something we could do, and quickly realized that selling Irish organic produce in Berlin is almost easier than selling in Ballina. So it wasn't that big a jump, you know.
I'm very interested to hear. I'm very interested to hear how, if you like, you were smart, meaning you've referred already to, if you like, running on the coattails of the Kerrygold branding into their markets. I also see that you've used the Board B fellowship structure for getting representation, which again is do you want maybe tell our audience about how that worked for you?
Yeah, so the Board B will be a big part of our success story. I mean, we use their overseas offices, we use a lot of their programs. We're a small company, so having the ability to tie in with Board B is vital for us. And one of their great programs is called the Fellowship Program, which allows you to get somebody in an overseas market for be it a day a week or 3 days a week, etc. So for us, going to a show in Germany is one thing, putting your products in front of somebody is another thing. But, there is the day-to-day follow-up that needs to happen. Samples need to go, calls need to be made, emails, etc. I can maybe order 2 pints in Germany, but that's about the height of it. So, you're going to need somebody who can talk in the language, be in the market, be that America, France, or Germany. So it's a relatively low cost model to have somebody in market. It's brilliant for them, for the person, because they're doing a master's and they also get to work with Irish food companies in market. And they're right at the coalface of it, so they get great experience. From the company's point of view, you get to get a presence in market, and also then from the customer's point of view, they're getting day-to-day support in market as well. So it really is a win-win for everybody. So we would have used that, and that definitely has allowed us to grow our business in Germany, in France, and America. In America, the cost of one of these things of being on the fellowship program is probably as cheap as a trip to America. So it's great to have somebody on the ground there, and then obviously the language support in France and Germany is a big help.
And what percentage of your sales is export, just broadly speaking?
About 75.
That's fantastic. And I presume the European Union structures facilitate that for you, and that you can export seamlessly to the various countries that you want.
Yeah, only for the small thing that happened last December called Brexit. But yeah, absolutely. Look, we can have product that leaves here on a Friday. It's in Paris on a Monday. It's in Berlin on a Tuesday. So it is relatively seamless. Obviously the land bridge and all that has brought its own difficulties for everybody. But look, you just get on with it. That's the situation. So you can sit at home and cry in your tea, or you can get on with it. So, and look, the whole Rosselair direct into France now has been a big help for us as well. But yeah, look, I think the whole, Ireland has seen really, really positively overseas. I think from our point of view, when we get into market and we talk to people, we actually, Ellen was talking earlier on about tying the science and the technology in together. We actually did a 360-degree video of our farm. We have it on a virtual reality headset. So when we go to trade shows or we go to meet somebody in market, we can put that on, because we can't bring everybody to Ireland to walk around the fields. We can't bring everybody around Ireland to visit the factory.
But as you say, you're able to trade on the reputation of Ireland, and it's and what's
exactly, and you give them that immersive experience, and all of a sudden, you have them. And if you can get them on a plane and into Ireland from anywhere in Europe or anywhere in the States, once they walk around in April, May, and June in Ireland, they see the outdoor rare cows, they see the family farm.
I'll just turn to Ellen there, looking at my time. Ellen, there's a question here in relation to Enterprise Ireland's support for exporting. I appreciate there's a Board BIA aspect there as well. Are you able to tell us what aspect of the export support Enterprise Ireland provides vis-a-vis what Board BIA provides?
So obviously there's, for food and agriculture, you're right, there is a bit of we're both kind of supporting each other there. From the Enterprise Ireland side, there's connections in with the markets, which Board BIA also have, but we would also have, thinking more about maybe the ag technology versus the food products, we can make connections into the market with them. We have grants for exploring the market. So I would think, again, the first port of call there would be the development advisor for the company. Or perhaps have a look on the Enterprise Ireland website, but definitely we have supports available, and it really depends. If there's a little bit more detail maybe on the question, I can be more specific.
Oh, it's just a general question, but I guess I'm aware that as we've heard from Conor, the people really need to look to Board BIA from an exporting commerce point of view and marketing point of view.
Correct. Yes, they are absolutely the port of call. And I think the export markets are increasingly important in the post-Brexit world for Irish food companies.
Okay. So a final question to you both, and I'll look for a short answer, is post-Brexit, and Ellen, has the Brexit situation radically altered what Enterprise Ireland's now looking at, or has this been part of the planning, or have you taken it in your stride?
I think like everyone, and it's not just Brexit, there's a pandemic in there just to keep things interesting for us all. We've all had to just kind of adapt. It is definitely, our mantra has always been, it's supporting Irish industry and what the needs of Irish industry are. So what we're trying to do is be flexible and come up with solutions to support that. And we have had good feedback on Brexit support so far, on the Sustaining Enterprise Fund. So there are supports out there, and we are listening.
I suppose it harks to your comment earlier that Ireland's size in that regard gives us some advantage in that we can be more adaptable and more flexible.
Yeah, small is agility.
Right. Looking at my time there, Ella, do you wish to take on the mantle at this point?
Certainly. Thank you, Jim. Thank you so much for that, and thank you, Conor and Ellen as well. That was really engaging and really interesting. We're gonna take a 10-minute break now for everyone. I would encourage everyone, as I've done before, to please go and have a look at the exhibition part of this site. It's going to be open till 2. Explore the site, chat to other users as well. It's a great opportunity to see who's here, the attendees, and make connections with them. And when we are back in 10 minutes time, we have our final session on agribusiness, and we'll also have our keynote speaker, Aidan Connolly. So we'll see you again all shortly.
So we set up FarmHedge about 1.5 years ago. We traveled the world visiting vertical controlled environment farms throughout Malaysia, China, Japan. I chose Las Vegas to go and visit the Vegas farm.
Of course you did. Explain vertical farming and hydroponic farming for people that mightn't be familiar with it.
Yeah, so vertical farming grows up. So by its nature, you have a very small footprint. So in our showcase, our first farm in Dublin, in Ballycoolan, we've taken 2 40-foot shipping containers, repurposed, and we've put in 17 4-layer growing modules and built a controlled environment around them. So with vertical farming and in controlled environment farming, you're controlling every aspect of the growing process. So we use a hydroponic system. So we have water flowing layer to layer over the 4 layers, and that is the nutrients are flowing constantly through the water. So you can choose, it's under LED lights with a specific spectrum customized for individual plants. So we have 2 different spectrums in Dublin. One is for early stage growth, so for your microgreens, and then one for your herbs and your salad leaves. So I mean, the inspiration for the company was we were looking at the amount of imports that the country currently takes in. It's over 300 million euros of fresh produce each year. That's a 2017 figure, so it's probably increased somewhat from that.
Is that all vegetables?
That's all your fresh produce, so covering all your leafy greens, your herbs, and your micros. And through this technology, you can grow now pesticide-free, hyper-locally, all year round. So instead of these imports coming in terms of herbs from Israel, Morocco, France, Spain, Irish producers now we can complement what they're doing. And from their growing season of May to September, now they can grow all year round, 365 days a year.
So it's not necessarily replacing the traditional outdoor horticulture, but it provides a window to still farm when there's less light, less nutrients and all the rest.
Yeah, absolutely.
And you went where to look at similar models, and what did you experience and what did you learn in that period?
You'd just be blown away by the part that technology can play and how fast everything's moved. So, I'm not sure what comes to mind when people think of hydroponics. Some people think of an attic growing cannabis under very high-powered lights. Technology has moved, actually inspired probably by the developments in cannabis production globally. Now the technology has moved, so these LED lights carry very little heat, so their energy costs are much lower. So, common question is, yes, it's all very well technology, controlling the environment, but actually, can you produce produce and still make a profit? And while it's a lovely marketing story of hyper-local, 0 food miles, pesticide-free produce, if the bottom line doesn't stack up, well, then it's over. And so we did a lot of research as regards to the journey that we went on. Obviously, market research was critical. We interviewed chefs, we interviewed importers, we interviewed producers, We tried to understand what their challenges were and what they're looking for.
Virtual Vet is a veterinary medicine software, it's surveillance software, and really stumbled upon the problem because, well, it was cheaper than divorce. I'm married to a beef and dairy farmer, and then the whole compliance and paperwork and keeping all of those records, I was only ever told about it at, after the news at night, and you're exhausted, and all of a sudden you have to do the record keeping. So I had worked with software projects and knew, EU policy was changing and knew the capability of software, and just married the two to save my own marriage. Our headline issue really was, I suppose, antibiotic usage. And again, in similar to Jean-Paul, you're responding to policy and to trends that are coming down the line, and it needs new thinking. So to really, it isn't just enough to just keep the records. People have to understand, well, why is the policy there? The last discussion was talking about CAP and it's all going to be digitized, but why is that happening? So it's really important to not just come up with a solution, but to actually help people. The last conversations I was talking about the messaging, to help people to really understand why this policy, why these regulations are actually there, and that has to be part of the solution that you're offering.
Why or how is it different to other products like HerdWatch that monitor, everything you put into an animal and recording? Is it different to that, and how does it work differently? Yeah, well, one of our interesting things is I suppose our business model, and again come back to policy and that. And our customer actually isn't the farmer, they're our data supplier. We're purchasing the data from farmers. And our customer is actually agri-food processors, government agencies, vets that are actually trying to drive change in their supply chains. Okay. So that's kind of how it's different. And the other thing as well is really our focus is again in explaining why are these regulations here. So not just about ticking the compliance box, but actually why is that rule there? So particularly around antibiotic usage. It's the same antibiotics as humans are using. That's why we need to know what's being used. Antibiotic resistance happens where you have antibiotic usage. You're literally training the bugs to beat the antibiotic. So again, to understand that and to develop messaging about that. So that's very much part of our offering.
Started as an idea in terms of driven from, I come from a long line of generation of dairy farmers and poultry farmers. It's my family business. My brother manages that farm, and I guess one of the big challenges there all the time is labour. Labour trying to get to do everything to modern day standards and follow current best practices. So I guess we took the nice trip. My dad, who's down the room here, we went to San Francisco, good place to start, not quite Las Vegas. But, so we went to a number of AgTech events around the world, a few in Europe. It sounded great at the time, just to get a feel for where is AgTech in general globally and what other companies are out there. And one of the big things that struck us at the start was, particularly in the US, there's, from meeting farmers there, much more open adoption to AgTech, even if it's a couple of % of an increase in efficiency. They're very much open to that, and labour was a big driver as well with them. So I guess bringing it back home then, we had looked at grass measuring many years ago and done it for a number of years, and then I suppose got out of the good habit that it was, and now it's made a resurgence thanks to great work done in Teagasc with pasture base. And we looked at that space. We also have an anaerobic digestion plant that we built on the farm. We were spreading biofertilizer from that, and we noticed the difference between that and artificial fertilizer, and we wanted to kind of measure what's happening in the soil, why is that different? And I guess I was doing a course in college at the time, and I did a thesis on this kind of from a precision agriculture point of view, how could we develop a product in this space? So I guess it was quite ambitious, and I guess you're sitting here thinking today, what version of the story are you going to tell? Because you've a lot of dark days where you think, what the hell am I doing? This is crazy stuff. And then you have other days you think, oh, this is all coming about. You get a new customer, rings up and wants to take the product. And so I'm trying to give a balanced view, I suppose, Suzanne, with the good, the bad and the ugly. So as we developed a product over a year and a half ago, we would have, I suppose, got to inception stage. And effectively what it is, there's 3 components to our product. It's more of a system than a product. So one component sits in a field, basically looking at a crop. So we've above ground sensors and below ground sensors. So we've ground sensors in the soil, to figure out what's happening in the soil as best we can. And then we have optical sensors over ground to look at what's happening in the crop. So I guess we're trying to hit a lot of bases here in terms of where soil, carbon sequestration, new farming practices for the world we live in the climate sensitive world, and looking at that from the farmer's perspective to see, well, what can the farmer do about that? And I guess we're at a bit of a crossroads, it would seem, in terms of policy and legislation, and a lot of decisions have to be made, I think, by policymakers in the not too distant future as to, well, where's that going to go? So I guess we thought one of the big things we need is to get the information in a way that the farmer can understand and automate that information for them. So a lot of, the progressive dairy farmers will walk their grass once a week in the peak season. They want to know the grass growth. They're trying to match supply and demand. We thought, well, can we automate that, but can we go another step, and then can we see, well, what's driving that growth rate from what's happening in the soil, and then help them with their fertilizer management, be it artificial or organic, and then with a mind to the next round of CAP and what's coming, where, as James Maloney mentioned, the digitization of that is inevitable. That's the way it's going, and a lot of farmers are going to have to do all that record keeping, probably similar to Sinead, and the space that she's in. We're looking at, well, how do we make this record keeping easier for farmers? And I guess going back to what Carl said in the first session, which I thought was really good, I mean, we're trying to, I suppose, hit the 4 boxes he mentioned. We're trying to save money, save time. We're trying to also help them with compliance, and we're trying to, I suppose, open the farmer's eyes to a new way of doing something. So we're all for grass measurement with any other technology. It's still a great thing to do. We're just trying to say, can we take some of the work out of that? So I guess that's one part, is getting the data. We then don't have problems yet with the network. I know that was mentioned as a big issue. We're using the GSM network, and kind of with 1 bar of 3G, we can get the data into the cloud.
Hello everyone, and you're very welcome back. Thanks again for joining us for the 3rd annual AgriTech event with Cork County Council's local enterprise office in South Cork. Quick reminder, as I've been giving you, there's an exhibition area you can visit anytime. You can see this on the left-hand side of the screen there, and feel free to chat to fellow attendees by searching in the list and sending them a direct message. And this site is going to be open until 2 o'clock for all of you. So shortly, for this last section of the event, we're going to be hearing from Aidan Connolly, who is our keynote speaker this morning. He'll be talking about trends in worldwide agri-tech shaping our future. But before that, we have our final session on agribusiness with speakers Kevin Murphy and Stephen Fagan. And it's my pleasure to hand you over now to the moderator for the session, James Maloney. James.
Thanks, Ella. I hope you had a great morning so far. I've just ironed out the technical difficulties of life here in Zoom, I think. Thought it'd be all behind us for 2021, but it looks like it's here to stay for another while. It's brilliant. It's brilliant to be able to have this, and to have the technology and the background to have such information. Again, sure, it's an exciting year for ag tech and ag business. There's huge challenges coming to the sector. I'd say farming, as we know it, is about to change. I was just thinking about this last night. The challenge of feeding the world has really been down to the advancements in agriculture and yields. If we were looking at dairy yields, they've gone from 3,500 litres per cow up to 5,500. Our crops are up 50%. So the next challenge, I think, will be how do we sustain this growth while protecting the environment? As you've heard about this all morning as well, and the challenges that we are going to all have to get together as an industry, as farmers, as individuals, as consumers. I think it needs a buy-in from everybody for the next decade of farming, and for us to succeed and reach the targets that are set out. I suppose, Stephen, could you bring us in here a little bit? I know it's a company I'm fairly familiar with, MooCall. You've been in the innovation arena down through the years, a couple of innovative products. Could you bring us up to speed, Stephen, maybe on how MooCall is doing and what's the mood with farmers out there at the moment?
Yeah, indeed, James. I suppose, look, at the last 12 months have definitely been challenging, as you've obviously highlighted there. And I suppose from our front, to be honest, farming has still went on as normal in general terms. I mean, at the end of the day, for ourselves, obviously we provide calving and breeding technology, and from a standpoint in Ireland, farming is still ongoing in that side of things. So look, at it's obviously big changes have come, and especially the likes of Brexit in since the start of the year. But I think with the technology that's obviously evolving and farmers trying to adopt to it, it's definitely making life an awful lot easier for them.
Yeah, when you look at it always strikes me how tech savvy farmers are. To have this reputation that we're in Ireland and we're not really good at the technology, but even across the age spectrum, there's an adoption to the smartphone, I suppose, is the first step that had come on the journey. But the real willingness of the farmer to adopt and to look for new information. How do you find that, Stephen?
Yeah, I suppose, look at it, it's like anything really. I mean, I suppose once you're able to, I suppose from our own point of view, you know, you not necessarily need a smartphone for the system to operate. Like, you know, if you have a normal phone to receive text messages in, you have network in the area, the system will pick up on that. Look, there's always going to be challenges with regards to the likes of signal or, you know, what the farmer has available to them. You know, from both a technical aspect. I mean, plenty of times we meet plenty of non-tech savvy guys, and you know, it's just talking them through and having the support there for them in order to, you know, embrace the technology more so. Like, there's no point in, you know, bringing a technology out there and, you know, there's an awful lot of steps in order to get set up and to understand it as well. Like, once you have a clear, easy to use system and, you know, you have the basis there for basically a foundation for them to work off. You know, that's kind of what it's all about, and that gets people more excited about it, and I suppose it helps in general terms of getting set up and using the systems.
And Stephen, in terms of development of MooCall at the minute, is there anything exciting that's happening there that you want to share with us, or what way do you, now not with revealing too much, like, but
yeah, no, definitely. I suppose we obviously at the moment we have the calf monitor that we've launched now since 2014, and look, it's gone from success to success really with ourselves. You know, back when we started out, it was a very skeptical thing at the time, and you know, it was hard for people to get the idea that a cow could send a farmer a text message from either the field or the shed in real time. But yeah, I mean, look, at our heat detection system is on the market now the last 3 years, and we've put a lot of focus into, I suppose, the health monitoring aspect of that. We wanted to try bring our product more so into a 365-day solution, whereas at the moment we're kind of solely focused on the breeding end of things, monitoring health around breeding time. But we wanted to develop that side further, and that's kind of what we're looking towards, as well as trying to integrate with existing systems out there. I mean, there's professionals in various different and experts in various different other technologies that you know we've been in contact with, trying to see if there's any possible integrations that are possible with our system. So yeah, it's very bright future.
The dreaded Brexit word, everyone, it's here now anyhow. But how has it impacted MooCall, Stephen, or have you worked around it, or are you looking at new markets, or what is the strategy with dealing with that?
Yeah, I mean, look, at the UK is one of our biggest core markets. You know, between Ireland, the UK, and I suppose mainland Europe are the three core markets that we have. In terms of Brexit, it hasn't really affected us in so far as you know, farmers adopting to the technology, and in fact there's been a lot of grants that we've been fortunate enough to be involved in, where farmers have been able to avail of our systems through government grants. The main barriers that we've obviously come up against is with regards to just cross-border trade to mainland UK. You know, there's a lot more regulation and customs documentation that we now have to comply with since the start of the year. And that's kind of where we're, you know, trying to make sure it slows down shipping and dispatch to one degree, because we have to make sure we have all the documentation ready. And then on the actual transport of the goods as well, it can slow it down from the customer's end of things, just through handling of the goods and that as well. That's kind of been the main challenge that we've seen, but we're coming to terms with it. You have to act fast, so we're coming to terms with it as quick as we can to get through it, you know.
I might bring Kevin Murphy in from Eurojet. Kevin, just to tell us a bit about how you're doing. And I suppose is there supply chain issues out with you at the minute and components coming in?
Definitely, supply chain issues from the UK it's taking longer to get stuff in, and it can be a bit more complicated, and it has slowed things getting stuff in from the UK. So we definitely would be looking at outside the UK for replacing suppliers, because it's just got very difficult at the moment. But other than that, it's just taking much longer, and the costs are going up as well. So that is an issue. Shipping stuff from the UK at the moment is an issue. And we're not shipping stuff generally out to the UK. It's more we're importing from the UK components, and that has become an issue for us.
I've heard a good bit about that, Kevin, that components or parts are taking 2 to 3 weeks longer to get in. Like, so the 24-hour period for breakdowns or for getting a component over to a customer, it's virtually gone. Like,
it's extra. Even with the big courier companies, the DHLs and UPS, and that and if there's any glitch in paperwork at all, it can go back to the supplier. We've had that on a number of occasions where, and the paperwork seemed to be right, but this is what's happening. It gets as far as the port even, or it gets as far as the hub, and then it goes back to the supplier because there's a piece of paper wrong or a code wrong. So it's very important for companies that are interacting with the UK and Ireland that their paperwork is right 100%.
Yeah, I've heard of that on containers where one pallet on the container can throw the whole container into a lockdown or a red zone in the port, and your product, you might have everything right,
And that can even be a truck where there's a groupage, and you've got one pallet on that groupage, and there's 30 other suppliers on that. All it takes is one to upset the whole consignment.
And how is business for you, Kevin, with the washers and the whole? How is the markets going, and have you any latest innovations that you'd like to share with us?
We're very, very busy, and I suppose because of the power washers and the clean equipment that we do, and we have 1 or 2 new products, that we are very, very busy at the moment. Part of our business is we export specialized systems to the Middle East, and we've been doing that for the last 4 or 5 years, and that's been going very, very well. And we've innovated a couple of new products for that market as well. And it's mainly the poultry market, the poultry farms in the Middle East that we're dealing with. We have a distribution for Europe for a new product, an American product for spraying disinfectant with electrostatic sprayers. And that's an area, not so much in the agricultural side, but more on the industrial and institutional side of things that has become very, very busy for us.
It's a lot of development, Kevin. It's not simple, just pressure washing systems. When you look at it like that, it's a fairly complex bit of R&D and innovation here.
Yeah, I suppose I'm over 45 years involved in power washers. I've been was assembling. My father was one of the first to introduce power washers back in the early 70s to Ireland. So I grew up with them, yeah, like we'll say from the Middle East point of view, the guys came to us with a problem. They wanted us to supply a machine. We knew there was a problem with the machine they had. We offered them our solution, and they took a chance on us, and we did it for them, and we've been working with them ever since. We have situations where the customer in the poultry sector, where the biosecurity is very, very important. They wash the poultry houses out very thoroughly, and their finish is to foam a disinfectant onto the poultry house. But it was taking them with their old systems, it was taking them maybe 5 or 6 hours to actually spray the foam onto the buildings. So they asked me, could I come up with a solution? They basically wanted to do it with a fire hose foam. They wanted it done quickly, and they wanted it. So we developed a system that they could do that with 2 operators, and they got from their 5 or 6 hours down to doing the whole house in less than an hour. So that was a huge, huge benefit to them, and they ordered, multiple numbers of these, and they're specialized pieces. So we developed them specially for them, custom built. But then we had that knowledge to develop, either do it on a smaller scale as well for smaller operators,
Yeah, it's unbelievable. And how would you say the way you're doing business in the Middle East, has COVID, did it delay it, or have you just worked around it, or do you ever see it going back to, what way do you see it coming?
We're working around it. The only thing is I was to pay a visit to the site last year and I wasn't able to do it, and I still can't do it. So it's all just over the phone and that. But I suppose from us to expand out there, we were hoping to maybe get out there a bit more and meet new customers and that, which obviously we can't do at the moment. And sometimes there's nothing like being in front of the guy. I know the virtual is great, but sometimes you can, when you're selling something, it's much better to be in with talking face to face.
Get closer to the white of the eyes. You know
Yes.
exactly when the excitement is coming that you're near the deal, I'd say, Kevin.
But our electrostatic spraying systems are, as I say, we're exporting those. Well, they're coming from the States into us and then out to Europe, and that is an area that's picking up for us. And I think there may be uses for that in the agri sector as well. We just got to look at it a bit closer.
And poultry, I think someone told me is there 50 billion chickens in the world. It's a huge bit of a business to be involved in, or to have any product in.
The farms we deal with, they produce and they produce 750 million chickens a year. That's just one customer, and in their country they're the third largest. So there's still bigger companies out there,
And is that all domestic use, or are they exporting?
That's all for their own domestic market, and they're only the third largest in the country. So it is huge. I mean, the farm we work with, they've got at the moment they've probably got 900 poultry houses.
It's a lot. How many would we have in Ireland? Would you know off the top of your head, Kevin? Or?
Off the top of my head, I have it somewhere. I don't know off the top of my head, but overall we wouldn't have it. Well, we'd probably have that number over the whole country, but they're in smaller groups. You've got the groups with 3 and 4 and 5 and 6 poultry houses. You have some bigger ones, but the farms out there seem to be huge.
Yeah, it's the demand.
Yeah.
Thanks, Kevin. I just want to bring Kieran Feeney in from MartEye just for a minute. Kieran is going to join us on audio. We're just, are you there, Kieran?
Yep.
Kieran, this is another business, I suppose, that has pivoted. We were all used to sitting around the mart and bidding on the animals as we saw them coming in. You fairly changed the shape of how cattle are bought over the last while. Can you explain or break us through that, Kieran, and how things are going for you?
Yeah, I guess, we kind of started out that we thought we could innovate in the space back in April. And it's just gone from strength to strength since. I think, you can always go into these kind of projects with a very positive attitude, but I think it's exceeded my expectations of where we would be not even a year into it. It's just, I think it's just the necessity for something innovative was there, and people were pushed to use it, and they had to use it or they wouldn't be able to manage. So it was been quite an adventure so far.
And how long, Kieran, did it take you to get that system adopted and to get the farmers up on using it? Was there?
Yeah, so I think it was a Thursday night when Jamie from AgriCam rang to see if was there anything available for doing online auctions. And I think by 12 o'clock the next Friday, we decided we were going to go for it and spend 2 weeks at it. We spent 2 weeks just hell for leather, and we had our first sale in Tullow, I think on the 1st of May. So about just over 2 weeks, I think it took us from going from deciding to do it to selling, I think about €180,000 worth of cattle through it on the first day. But I mean, that was bare bones. We used Twitch for the video, and it was all on a website, and it was sweaty palms time.
I think that's all great innovators, Kieran, isn't it? They have to go out and benchmark a product, and as you said, necessity, it had to work. Like the marts were desperate for business.
Yeah, like we were up the whole night before testing, because we did a trial the evening before after the announcement was made that it was going to go ahead. No demonstration or anything. And yeah, there was just a few issues that we had to resolve fairly quickly.
And how many marts have you done since then, Kieran? I
think the last stat we did was about 2,500 auctions have been ran through the platform since last May.
Yeah, that's unbelievable, isn't it? And how has this kind of has it taken over all? I know you had you were working on other innovations as well, Kieran, but has the MartEye business totally dominated your time at the minute?
It has. We started pushing out more testing now over Christmas, but it's just almost impossible to do everything. So MartEye is the one that's fueling us at the minute. So that's the one that's taking the focus. But we are looking at, I guess, integrating them at a later date to get it seamless.
Yeah, just if you were to look at a system that was looking at the shape and health of animals as they come into the mart before you even bid it for the farmers to have all that information.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think we're in a good position to kind of take that on now, whereas maybe we weren't kind of building from the ground up would have been much more difficult. But now we have a significant market share in a lot of farmers' pockets.
Yeah, and do you see this, Kieran, as something that's going to stay for the future? And do you think this will be part of the mart structure going forward, or how are the marts? How are adaptable are they to keeping this on if we do have a restriction in the COVID numbers?
I think it's going to be a big seller's tool to be able to just drop your animals at the mart and leave and not have to watch them for the day. Part-time buyers or part-time farmers are getting great value out of it because they can just go and look and see what suits them, and they're not pressured into buying an animal they don't really want on the day because they have allotted a Saturday to go to the mart and make the purchase. And it's kind of opened up that space for them. And then for the larger buyers, I think what we've seen them doing is actually buying in a number of marts across the country on the different platforms, and time saving for them and money saving because they don't have to deploy people to a particular mart or under pressure to fill a lorry going in a particular area. They can fill it at their leisure.
And Kieran, is this an innovation that can travel? Have you had an export opportunities with it, or are you still just based in Ireland at the moment?
Yeah, no, so we have, I think it's 14 marts in Northern Ireland. And then we have 8 clients now, I think, in the UK, 2 more coming on stream over the next couple of weeks. So it's a slightly different market compared to Ireland, where there was Ireland had to have it or it'd be no trade. The UK is a little bit different, where they're seeing it for special sales, or maybe the farmers are hundreds of miles away and they can just log in and buy their dairy cattle. I know one company in the southwest of England are seeing a lot more customers from the north coming down and buying cattle down there online and then getting them shipped back up. So they're kind of adapting their business model to kind of suit that need, where they're doing promotions that they have shipping available to anywhere in the country, and they're dealing with these guys to get them onboarded and get them as new customers.
I suppose the bit that if the farmer's not happy with the animals when he gets it, that's tough. Like you make the deal on what you see. If there's no return or nothing on that, Kieran, or no cooling off period. It's as you buy the mart, as you slap your hand down, you buy the animals and that's it.
Yeah, well, you still would have, I guess the mart would still have to stand over some, say if they were in calf and it wasn't announced, they would still have to stand over that. But
very good. I just want to bring John Garvey in from FarmHedge. John, just to bring us up to speed on how FarmHedge is doing. Are you there, John?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, it's I suppose our experience was a little bit different from Kieran's, because our customers are agri companies or cooperatives who are trying to connect with their farmers, if you like. They're our primary customer. So like the way we started was we worked with a number of cooperatives as part of a kind of formal arrangement in Europe, and they tested our system, if you like. And again, it was very much an iterative process. We had a raw prototype of our trading platform, and they requested new features, and farmers wanted a different way, a setup, if you like. So again, we iterated pretty quickly, and you know, since we started that process, I suppose a bit more than 2 years ago now, we've got 40 cooperatives using our communication and trading setup, if you like. So they're in the middle on the platform, and wholesalers, grain traders are on one side and farmers are on the other. So it's a way to streamline the supply chain a little bit and get it moving a little bit more smoothly, if you like. So yeah, things, you know, the pandemic, it hasn't, I don't know if it's had a massive impact in terms of our growth or whatever. We have seen, I suppose more recently, we've seen quicker turnaround in terms of sales, whereas before we would have spent weeks talking with a potential client. They'd be concerned that this is a big software project like SAP or whatever, whereas it's not. We're trying to solve specific niche problems and build the software pretty quickly. So, we're seeing kind of the sales process a bit more simple now. You know, I mentioned it in one of the earlier sessions, like even we got a surprise that a client contacted us from Romania. They want to digitalize how they trade crops with farmers, how they sell fertilizer and crop protection products to them. And they're happy just to go ahead and have a 5-year agreement with us to build the software for them. So whether that's connected to the pandemic, I'm not sure. I think in that case, they're trying to get a bit of an edge on a market that's a bit fragmented, if that makes sense. So that's been our experience in recent months, at least.
Yeah, it's a really as you say, whether it's COVID has accelerated, but the demand for e-commerce, and I've seen it through all the companies, of looking at other ways to do interaction and to speed up the processes, has definitely been accelerated in the last 12 months.
Yeah, like the business, I suppose, for a lot of companies, they're doing two. You know, if you think of our local cooperatives here, say, they're obviously processing milk and taking milk in is kind of, it's not the most, it's the biggest part of their business, and they obviously have to supply a service to their farmers. And supplying that service to their farmers in terms of farm inputs or advisory and so on, there's a cost associated with that, and it has an impact on their margins. And that's kind of where we think we can come in terms of being able to coordinate farmers a bit more easily, share information with them in terms of what's available, but then completing the other side of that, where farmers can, either complete a transaction, schedule a farm visit or other advisory services through the same digital channel. And I suppose a bit like Kieran there, there's definitely kind of localized, kind of unique aspects to agriculture locally. Like we recently, we've got a new customer in the north, an animal feed company that want to use our system for ordering animal feed and so on. But we had another customer in the south of England, a lead in the south of England, and they were really, large part of them were really interested, but one of their senior kind of sales guys was a bit reticent, because he said, the personal connection with the farmer, that's really our top priority, and that gives us an edge. We felt that our technology complements it, but you do have these kind of feelings among some companies that their client base is unique in some way. I'm not sure the evidence kind of bears that up, but it was an interesting thing for us to hear. Like, we hadn't heard that in some time. What we've definitely learned over the past couple of years is that you kind of build solutions that are, they're not all unique, but they have to be kind of very specific, because companies work in particular ways. Even two animal feed companies would have really specific responsibilities for their sales or their customer services team, or their farmers might want to interact with them in a particular way. So, we try and account for that as well in how we tailor our solutions.
I think that's an important point, John. Like all this technology will evolve, like the bespoke element of it and the customer interaction to tailor it. It's probably great that the likes of Kieran and Stephen and Kevin, that's the kind of underlying team here. Your willingness to engage with the end customer to get the product right. And I think that will naturally evolve. If you have something they want, they will pay for it. And That's
I had this kind of notion a few years ago that, you know, our platform could be standardized and would work across multiple countries and jurisdictions, if you like. And I've definitely come around to the kind of idea that technology in agriculture, you know, you can still build a sustainable business like what Kieran's doing, and I suppose what we're trying to do. But you have to be much more flexible. But the tools are there now to be flexible, you know, so in terms of the development tools. So that's kind of a good news thing too.
Everybody is different. We all drive different cars and we all have different haircuts. So I think the personal touch on this is definitely a winner. And it's great to see the export opportunities that you're doing as well from Enterprise Ireland's point of view. It's really exciting for the sector. But I think we're out of time. I just got a message on the screen that we have to go back to the main panel for questions. So I'd just like to say thank you very much, guys. It was really brilliant listening to how you're progressing, and it's exciting times for us. Thank you.
Thanks.
We've still got 4 minutes. Okay, so we can go back. We still have a little bit more time to go back to Stephen and Kevin. 1 second. Stephen, I suppose just coming back to MooCall on the product, I just noticed if you were to look at the farmers that are most like the Irish farmers are for the product, is that part of your strategy to identify that for your export opportunities, or is it how do you go about that in your strategy? You know, just for a little bit of advice to companies who are looking to do it.
Yeah, I suppose the biggest thing is to understand your market that you're going into before, you know, challenging it or actually selling into it, because I mean, not every market is like Ireland, and I suppose every country has their own unique way of farming and different setup systems that they've already installed. So it's just trying to understand that before actually selling into it, and that has been probably one of the biggest things that, like, challenge-wise that we've had, and been able to develop our products even further. Yeah, I suppose with regards to setup, everything is still the same in that sense, but it's more so down to, you know, say the likes of we're in China and Brazil, like they're different countries where, you know, we don't have specific roaming agreements with the universal devices that we have. So we've had to design specific networks that provide the telco statuses there in order for the systems to operate. So it's just adapting to the markets, understand them before you go into them, and I think the biggest thing is having the localization there behind it as well. Like, you need to have the level of support, whether that's a good relationship with a retailer or a potential distributor, or having it in-house as well, having the support available for that market, whether it be by language support or in terms of just technological support on the ground. Like, as you said at the start of the discussion, if the farmer's not that tech savvy, you need to be able to talk them through step by step, get them set up from the very get-go. And it's been the core to really, over the years, how we've developed the products to what they are today. It's always been understanding what the customer needs, what's viable for them, and what they're actually getting as a return on investment, and how they can see that. You know, so that's kind of the main things, and obviously the prices of the technology or what the profits that they're actually making on the back end does vary between countries as well. So it's just to understand that aspect and going forward.
And is it mostly pasture-based systems then you'd be targeting, Stephen, if you're looking at it, or is it all kind of livestock systems?
It actually would be a mixture, to be honest. I mean, obviously in Ireland and the UK, for example, the likes of France and Spain, like, there's a lot of outdoor use of systems, and farmers are both calving indoors and outdoors. Seasonality is the thing that's kind of most varies between markets. Obviously here we're, you know, quite strict on our either calving in the springtime or calving in the autumn time, and the breeding season normally is quite similar. But like, you go to the likes of the UK, the majority of the markets then breeding all year round, calving all year round. It just, you know, that's kind of the main differences. And yeah, once customers obviously have the availability of network and things like that, there's no real restrictions with regards to utilizing technologies, you know.
Kevin, just to bring you back in there for a minute, it was just something I was thinking about with COVID and the challenges. We talked about the issues of supply chain and getting out to meet customers and that. Has COVID presented any opportunities for you in terms of the products that you're doing, naturally, detergent and stuff, and washing?
Well, yes, I think everybody's more conscious about cleaning and hygiene and across all industries. And so it has definitely increased our business because people are doing a lot more cleaning. The opportunities for us have, even though I've been working it for a number of years, well before COVID, we have, with the electrostatic spraying, it's a very, very efficient way of spraying disinfectant in all applications, really. And that's been an area which we've been growing for the last 12 months because of COVID. I suppose it's taken off a lot stronger than we expected, but we had been looking at it a year or two before COVID came out. So it was a technology that's there that I spotted and we took it on board, and we've been developing it. It's just accelerated a little bit since COVID came.
Yeah, I suppose with every kind of threat, there's an opportunity as well, like that people can go on and pivot and work around it, like, you know. So
and I mean, it is a huge benefit to people on, you know, if they want to sanitize a room or an office or a part of a plant or a canteen or anywhere they want to do it. It does it extremely. It's a very efficient way of disinfecting. You save on chemical, but you also get a very, very good coverage, and it's a very safe way of doing it. So it is a new technology that kind of is only now beginning to take off, and COVID certainly has helped it.
How long would the room be before you could go back into it, Kevin, after you would do that sanitizing?
With electrostatics, you can do it in 3 or 4. You can go back in 2 or 3 minutes. One of the challenges we're probably up against is that there's an awful lot of people and there's an awful lot of fogging going on out there, which is another technology. But it's not, when you fog a room, you should technically not go into it for 3 to 5 hours. And a lot of people don't know that, and they're buying foggers because they're cheap and because they can get them easily and that, and it's an older technology. But a lot of people don't really realize that you know, they don't know the technical side of it. They just think they see it on television, they see it on advertising, and a lot of the microbiologists and people we've been dealing with, they don't want people to, fogging's a nasty word to them because there's too many people using it, and it does link, because of the nature, you're creating a fog with very fine particles to fog it to get into every area in a room. Whereas the electrostatics, you know, as the droplets come out of the sprayer, the droplets are positively charged, your surfaces are negatively charged, so they come out of the gun, they're attracted to the surface, so they're not lingering in the air at all. And that's the difference between the two. But we have challenges, you know, up against fogging, which isn't the same.
I think there's a lot of opportunities in terms of the new way we work with remote working and hubs and, you know, disinfecting meeting rooms between meetings, and even the labs, just for some of the universities that I've been speaking to, like the difficulty of getting 20 students into a lab and back out and getting it cleaned around for the next group. And, you know, it's just a big challenge. Like, so
it is, yeah.
Great opportunities. Guys, we're going to end it this time. I've got a message on the screen, so we're definitely going back for questions. So thanks very much, guys. Brilliant chat. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Cheers. Thank you.
Thanks so much, James, and thanks also to Stephen, Kevin, John and Kieran for their insights there. And it's now my pleasure to introduce our keynote speaker, Aidan Connolly. We're going to take questions and comments from all of you for Aidan after his talk. We've got hopefully about 15 minutes or so to speak to him afterwards. So please do get them in now and during his talk. Aidan is president of AgriTech Capital, a resource for new and established companies working at the interface of agriculture and technology. But before this, he was Chief Information Officer at Alltech, the Irish-owned biotech and food and drink and animal feed group. And he's worked across the world with national governments in the US, China, Europe and Brazil, along with the United Nations and the European Commission. So he has an awful lot of experience there to draw from. Also in his spare time, I should say, for the last 2 years, he's worked as CEO of Teagasc, an AI and computer vision intelligence company which specializes in monitoring. He said recently in an interview, "I'm very bullish about the future of AgriTech in Ireland and feel the connection Irish people have with the land and with farming make it possible to develop entrepreneurs with genuine insights into the challenges farmers face and how those challenges can be resolved using technology adapted to their real needs." So I'm delighted to hand over now to Aidan, who is going to speak on trends in worldwide agri-tech. Aidan.
Thank you very much. After that introduction, maybe I should just stop there. It sounds like it doesn't get any better. Thanks very much. I'm in North Carolina this morning, so I really appreciate the opportunity to speak. I'm going to go relatively quickly, I hope, through material that is certainly exciting me about where the world is going. There are trends in worldwide agriculture that, if anything, have been accelerated by COVID. And while the disease has been terrible for people's health and even for their mental health, I think it has offered some extraordinary opportunities for food tech, agri-tech, crop tech. Obviously, as we appreciate, technology has been accelerating anyway. The speed with which we are collecting data, information about ourselves, about our planet, and increasingly about our animals, just means that it's unimaginable, I think, what has happened in the last 10 years and probably what's going to happen in the next 10. So I genuinely feel we're at another inflection point, and that inflection point is clearly the speed, the acceleration of the adoption of technology. If we look at where we are in the world, we're constantly talking about how much food we need, and the United Nations talks about the need for 70% more food. That is assuming that we simply start to convert more and more diets towards animal protein diets. But if people want to eat the way Americans eat, and I appreciate why that mightn't be a good idea, the fact is that if they did, we would be looking for effectively 4 more planets. And I think that's a very sobering thought, because it suggests that this increase in 70% in production between now and 2050 mightn't be quite sufficient. We also have consumers that want to know more and more about their food, and they say, be careful what you wish for. We're all very unhappy when we hear that consumers don't understand what happens on a farm. Yet when we explain to them what happens on a farm, they ask an awful lot more questions. And I think from that perspective, we look at some of these words: clean labels, trustworthy sourcing, protein rich, foods you can feel good about. I was speaking to one of the executives at Chick-fil-A, and he said, we just want people to feel we're putting the right thing in our fast food, that we're doing the right thing for animals, that we're doing the right thing for the planet. It's very difficult to put your finger on what the right thing is, but that's a big ask when it comes to some of the ways we've managed to produce food affordably, available to everybody on the planet. At the end of the day, people are looking for quality food, food that tastes good, but they've got all of these other parameters. I'd like to use the word prosumer to describe that. I, of course, didn't create this word. Like all good words, I stole it from somebody else. But the Havas marketing group out of France in particular took a word which was typically used in the technology field to describe consumers that were involved with the production of the next generation, were involved in the innovation process, and started applying it to food and other consumer goods, to describe consumers that are very active in telling through social media, peer groups, what they believe, what they trust, what they're using, what they want to use next. And those advocates for brands and for products are extremely powerful. They're affecting, as we all appreciate, retailers. Retailers increasingly looking at those small groups of people who are very vocal and asking what are they looking for and how do we meet those demands. So that's the opportunity of AgTech. That's why 30 billion
dollars has flooded into ag tech investments in the last 12 months. And alongside climate change, which we're hearing about increasingly, food security, even water, ag tech really truly offers hope. We all know this McKinsey report. It says that agriculture is the least digitized industry of all. And glass half empty, glass half full. Does this mean that we're doing a bad job, or does this mean that there's just extraordinary opportunities as we move forward? Obviously, I tend towards the latter. I believe that we just have extraordinary opportunities to bridge inefficiencies within the system through the use of digital technologies. Now, a lot of startups, and I appreciate some of the people we've just heard from on the panel aren't necessarily startups, but a lot of times you hear about this data. Is data the new oil? I think in the past we used to say, was milk the new oil? So we've certainly got this idea that data is very important. But I do counsel, I work not just with Caintus, but obviously with a lot of startups. I do say, be very careful with data. Try to make your business make sense on its own 2 feet and have data as the cream on the cake, not focus on data for data's sake. Having more data not only doesn't make you rich, potentially creates more confusion, more difficulty in creating insights that farmers can use to take actions. We see the growing Internet of Things. They say there are 50 billion devices as of the end of last year now connected. And again, that's another acceleration. Everything is just sending information back on where this food is, where this clothing article is, what the temperature is in the container going across the Atlantic. You know, all of this information is just extraordinary and coming from the point of contact. There is something from a group called Gartner, which is called the hype cycle, not surprisingly describing as all these technologies come through, how effectively we get this rush of enthusiasm, and then we get the peak of the hype, and then the reality starts to set in that it's not quite so easy to sell the technology. It's not quite as profitable as everybody said. It has challenges in how it's going to be incorporated. We think about how it might be used in combination with other technologies, and we think about what consumers are looking for. And when you stick all of those together, it just seems as though it's extremely critical that we understand that, particularly when we get to the peak of the hype, that it is that is the peak. And equally, when we get to the trough, it is the trough. And of course, somewhere in the future, usually relatively quickly, we get to this point at which we start to see real uses for the technology, real applications that bring profits and bring insights that people can do something with. Robots, peak of the hype at the moment, but we are seeing a lot of them being used. I know when I go back to Ireland, a lot of robots being used now on farm to milk cows, robots being used in processing plants, because some of the things we heard about disinfection, control, robots increasingly being used for many, many different applications. And that's going to only increase given the labor issues that exist in agriculture. So when I think about that famous phrase, my farm's fine, my dad ran this farm this way, my grandfather ran the farm this way, nothing's changed. Why would I use technology? It's expensive, it's difficult, it's complicated. I ask the question always of audiences, does this not sound a little bit like the taxis before the arrival of Uber? Does it not sound like the hotels before Airbnb? You know, how does the largest retailer own no inventory? Facebook sells us content that never creates. You know, banks, Netflix disrupting the movie houses, the cinemas, Google, communications that own no infrastructure. So I think farmers have a lot to think about, and they have to think about who's going to come along and blow this up. In fact, I think that's true of the food industry in general. Who's going to blow this industry up, and who's going to reinvent it? And are we going to find ourselves in a situation where we are relevant, because somebody else has thought of it faster and before us. So I think, and this is clearly focused on this slide just on dairy, but you look at all of these different areas where there's points of contact, points of variability, and frankly, a lack of understanding from a data perspective of what's happening. And we think about the experts are involved in all of these, nutritionists, veterinarians, consultants, the government, the media, all of them are now increasingly finding technology companies which are entering in and providing data and allowing us to make precise decisions about agriculture and about how we feed, how we grow, and how we produce. There are, as this model I've really become a very big fan of, basically 8, in this case, on this slide, you can see 9 digital technologies, and 4 are hardware-based, 4 are software-based, Internet of Things being the conflux or the point of connection between them all. 3D printing, heard earlier, what happens with Brexit? How do we get pieces of equipment into Ireland? Well, that's just going to accelerate the use of 3D printers. My example that I often use is of finding parts in Africa for equipment that you've purchased from Switzerland or Germany or the United States. The opportunity to print it on the spot with a 3D printer is amazing. And we see 3D printers for food obviously becoming available. 3D printing being used for milk, if it should be called milk, is a longer discussion. But this is obviously effectively using genetically modified yeast to ferment and produce a milk analog. Robots, mentioned already, increasingly seeing robots in so many different applications. The backbreaking work that is the collection of strawberries. I'm sure you can ask young people, even children, to go out in the field and pick them. But the reality is when it's being done commercially, it's extremely hard work. And you can imagine the use of robots in mushroom growing, in collecting fruit, and obviously things like milking cows that I mentioned already. Lely, Delaval, Gaia, so many different Dairy Master in Ireland, so many different companies involved in milking equipment, and the robots are certainly coming. There are new generations of robots called soft robots. I'm wearing a soft robot here. It's powered or becomes strong by the use of pressurized air to inject the air into the soft robot. And suddenly it goes from doing a very delicate task to doing a very strong task, or a task which involves strength. This effectively could triple the strength of a person. I saw it being used at the Atlanta Poultry Show on processing lines to pick a piece of chicken, to drop them again. So it can do that action which robots often can't do. Drones, not that exciting with animals because a lot of animals are frightened of them. I've seen them talking about using it to herd cattle in the West, in the United States. Still really, nascent, but obviously being used heavily in the crop area to survey fields and to see what's happening. Even in New Zealand, they've talked about doing it to measure grass growth. So it's got to be combined, in my view, with cameras, but it does allow you to even remotely plant, spray, irrigate. The Chinese are the leaders in this field, and not just in the production of the drones, but also using it on pretty much all of their cotton crop. Sensors, all very familiar with sensors, both using them as rounded collars, as ear tags, using them on the feet of cows or horses or other animals to measure all the vitals, and even putting them inside the rumen or the stomach of a cow to see what's going on in there. So just so many applications. We heard from MooCall earlier, so many applications, what this is, what it could do, and as always, the exciting part, what it could do next. So lots of companies out there, probably about 10 million of the 100 million, what I'd call productive dairy cows, about 10% now have a sensor on them full time. Artificial intelligence, a very exciting area for me. The ability to mimic what humans think and how they learn and how they solve problems, and the ability to monitor constantly 24 hours a day what goes on, eliminating human errors, proactively finding solutions. Caint is the Irish company that I'm CEO of, uses cameras in barns, collects information, pictures of cows, digitizes this. That allows us to observe what happens from the, in this case, provision of feed, so providing feed to those cows and see where the cows have that feed available or whether there's in the red boxes feed is not available. So just extraordinary to be able to capture information that for the last, well, we domesticated the cow about 8,000 years ago. For the last 8,000 years, we've never been able to watch our cows 24 hours a day, 365 days of the year. It becomes even more important as these herds get bigger. Tells you when feed has been delivered, tells you when feed has not been delivered, so middle of the night, and more importantly, allows you now to observe whether they're lying down, standing up, eating, drinking. So, you know, AI is being used by Caintis, but AI is being used by so many different organizations in agriculture to make smart decisions. And we certainly have come nowhere near to scratching the surface of the promise of what this could mean to really help nutritional decisions, veterinarian decisions, management decisions. Augmented reality often is not picked out as being an exciting area for agriculture. I think it has huge, huge potential. To simplistically think of the Google goggles. It could be used in food safety for bacterial detection, but it's the middle ground between what you see and virtual reality. It allows you to pick up spectra of light that your eyes can't get to, and it's being used heavily in auditing, training, testing. I see this as being a technology which will continue to grow. So your eyes only see so much. The spectra of light that your eyes can't detect is what augmented reality can bring information back on. And it allows you to, you know, you can see huge applications in dairy, in field production, etc. Virtual reality is the one, as you saw in the hype cycle, that's starting to reach towards reality. We are seeing Liverpool using this in their veterinarian college. I've seen it being used with to teach veterinarian students about the physiology of horses and cows. Saw it in Australia being used for chickens to teach people about the insides of chickens and basically how the intestinal system works. So you can imagine, again, a myriad of opportunities for this. When it comes to agriculture, it is primarily today, as I've mentioned already, about teaching. When it comes to food, it's very much about showing or allowing consumers the opportunity to see what's going on in the food chain. And from that, then gives a level of transparency and trust to those consumers about where their food comes from. Blockchain is usually the one that in a proper auditorium, you can ask people, do they know what it is? And they all say yes, and ask, can they explain it to you? And they usually, nobody wants to put up their hand at that stage. But it does provide a traceability system, which is very important because we have a food system where quite often there are a lot of secrets. People don't want to tell people, the next person down the line, what they've done, who they've worked for, where they source something from, for very good reasons. The margins are very low. Blockchain allows you to get over that, and I think bring transparency and traceability into the full production process. So it's an online documentation system. Transactions are logged confidentially, they're encrypted. You can see what's happening. We're looking at the chain if you're a Walmart, if you're a Tesco's, but you can't necessarily see who and what the actors were. Internet of Things for me connects it all together. Obviously, when I worked with Alltech, Keenan's was a big part of what we did. They're very involved in this area. But you see many other organizations out there using it to collect information in real time and feed it back into the database. This is a video which I believe will play without music, but it'll give you a sense of those technologies. So tsunami of agricultural investment, 30 billion effectively went in last year into AgTech startups ventures. Half of that went into effectively food tech, so what we call upstream investments, and half went into AgTech. The majority into crop tech, but still livestock also received a much larger amount, I think double the investment that which had previously occurred. There just are tremendous opportunities out there, everything you can imagine to change agriculture. Maybe the future is growing food on Mars. I don't know, certainly I've had people say at conferences we need to start thinking about it. But from my perspective, I think we're looking at data-driven decision-making, taking emotion out of hype and farming, separating the signal from the noise, and starting for the first time to use that really effective knowledge-based data-driven systems to start to manage our animals, our crops, and our food. I do publish a lot of these thoughts on LinkedIn, so if you feel like following me, please find them there. Obviously, they're all available to you free of charge, and I try to write a blog every month to 2 months. And again, as I said earlier, very much appreciate the opportunity to speak this morning, this afternoon for you, and look forward to any questions you might have. Thank you.
Aidan, thanks so much for that. That was really interesting. I suppose, you know, we're going to have some questions. There's already some come through, but just to start, I suppose it's where a lot of this ag tech sort of pops into the public consciousness is around the potential of blockchains. And I just wonder, Aidan, can you talk a bit more about that? I mean, obviously, once the data is gathered, it's there to be shared, and blockchain can tell the story for the public, for the consumer. I've read a piece you wrote in Forbes. You know, you said blockchains create a secure ledger to ensure that food that we eat and the processes by which it's delivered to us are secure and traceable. What is the potential there for the general public when it comes to ag tech?
Yeah, well, the general public probably will never fully understand what blockchain is. I think the shorthand that I often use is Bitcoin, which they do have a sense of. They have an idea that Bitcoin is a very valuable thing. And equally it's safe, and it's safe, it's very secure. So I think the general public, obviously those of us during the pandemic that learned again to go to supermarkets and grocery stores and buy food, just want to know that the food is safe. We just want to know nobody's done anything bad to that food. We just want to know that if we're purchasing it from SuperValu or purchasing it from Walmart or purchasing from Carrefour, that they're actually looking out for us. So they're the ones driving it down the chain. And Walmart is classic example. Carrefour to a lesser degree. The FDA in the United States has now become part of the drive to incorporate blockchain. So blockchain is a fundamental part of our future. But when I look at the actual practical examples of it in the food system, a lot of it comes down to things like making sure that Heineken beer in China is Heineken beer. So there are very clear use cases, but I don't think blockchain has fully reached its full potential by a long way. I do feel, I do see that it is going to be driven by those larger companies, not so much from the bottom up.
I mean, I'm just interested because, you know, in as much as ag tech is going to disrupt an awful lot of the processes in agriculture, I wonder also, will it push out other sectors to a certain extent? So if you have blockchain, you may not need marketing because the blockchain data will all be there for a consumer who's trying to decide between, I don't know, 2 pints of milk or cheese or infant formula or whatever.
Well, I don't know how far you want to take it. At some stage, the machines may be deciding what nutrition we get rather than what nutrition we want. And that, for me, would be a very sad day. I'm very sure my diet is not a healthy diet all the time. I try to eat some healthy stuff, but I like my glass of wine or whatever. That's just the reality. And if it starts to become decided for us, that's a very dystopian view of where we might go. But it is part of what we're going to see as well. That precision nutrition we talk about for animals, precision nutrition we talk about for crops, will also be very precise in terms of what humans should be doing as well.
At the farm level, is it I mean, it's very, very hard to talk about farmers, even within one county and one country, let alone anything else. But is it your sense that AgTech's reputation has yet to be earned? That there is a sense that it's perhaps untested, expensive, not clear yet to farmers how it can help them and increase their income?
Yeah, I think so. I would say that sometimes those in the tech business very frustrated, despair of farmers saying, well, why are they not understanding the great technology that I have? Forgetting that farmers, for at least as long as I've been in the business, have had people driving onto the farm to sell them stuff they didn't need. And so they're very dubious for good reasons. They've been burnt probably more than once. So when somebody comes on saying, if you use my $1,000, 10,000 euro piece of technology, this is going to transform the way you farm, they're naturally going to be skeptical and say, I think I'll stick with the way I'm doing it at the moment. What's driving it for me are larger farms. We are seeing consolidation everywhere. Last week, I was on a dairy farm with 10,000 cows under one roof. I was on other farms with very large numbers of animals, and they're absolutely driving down costs through the use of technology, but they're very specific about what technology will make the money and other technology won't make the money. I think that's where we're going at the moment. I like the comment earlier about smartphones, about phones, the Apple phones, whatever, being the conduit for technology on the farm. I remember my mother in Ireland, I thought she had an iPad surgically attached to her arm because suddenly I couldn't have a phone call home without saying something, and she was Googling it while she was talking to me, and then suddenly knew a lot more about the subject than I did. It's a reality that technology is arriving. But then I also saw a photograph, which I intended to show in my presentation, of a farmer in Australia, and he can't see out of his tractor because he has so many screens on the screens in the tractor from these different companies who've sold him technology that tells him one more thing about the field. So there is a madness there that we have to be very, that we have to distill down to. What's important? What's the insight? And what do I do with it? It has to be that simple for consumers. It has to be that simple in farming as well.
And I thought it was interesting your mention, of Uber and Google and Facebook and on that particular slide. And I wonder, along with the innovations that they've brought and how they've fundamentally changed all our lives, they've also come with significant problems for those companies. And I wonder, within the ag tech sector, if you like, where do you see the potential pitfalls could be that need to be avoided?
They're quite obvious, I would say. Firstly, where the interface, the app, the first screen that the farmer sees is not intelligible. And a lot of what's being designed, there's a desire to show how smart we are, show the fantastic technology by putting so much information on the screen. I had a farmer say to me, I really enjoyed that app you sent me. At first I was bothered because it looked too easy. And then I realized the only thing on the screen was the information I needed. It only had 3 pieces of information. Those are the 3 things I was going to deal with. And if I wanted to know where those 3 came from, I could double click and go into the next screen and the next screen. I think that's very, very important, is to distill it down to the meaningful information, not to get caught up in the joy of the technology or what it could be.
We have a question here, Aidan. Hi, Aidan. What kind of lessons do you think we can learn from COVID-19?
I came out quite early in COVID and said, this could be a good thing. And that was probably the wrong thing to say at the wrong time. So, I didn't mean to be offensive to anybody. But the reality is I was dealing with a startup in Germany who was really struggling to get farmers to use an online platform similar to the Mart we've talked about earlier. And suddenly during COVID, German farmers found the ability to buy stuff online. So you had an acceleration. Obviously, I've seen it with Caintus. Initially, Caintus couldn't get started because farmers want to meet you. They want to shake hands with you. And that still is the case, particularly as most of our customers are today in the United States. Still the case in the United States. They still want to meet you for the first meeting. But after that, everything became a Zoom. And there is no question that the ability to observe things remotely is critical to nutritionists. It's critical to veterinarians. It's critical to Teagasc, extension agents, etc. So I think the acceleration in technology is clearly happening. We see it in terms of the food business. Initially, it was a disaster. The food chains broke down. We saw people dumping milk. We saw people dumping eggs. Farms saying, how am I going to get it to? But we've pivoted, we've adjusted, and overall, I think we've got a system now which is far more resilient and would be far better ready for the next, God forbid, but the next crisis if it arrived.
And you said something interesting in your presentation there. You said having more data can create more difficulty. Can you just expand on that, Aidan, and where you see the difficulties arising?
Well, data has to be collected, data has to be stored, all of that has a cost. We talk about the effect that cows have on the climate. We talk about agriculture's impact on the climate. Nobody talks about the effect that computers and electricity and digital storage is having on the climate, which is at least just as great. So if you're in a company collecting data, you have to very quickly quantify the data, clean up the data, store the right data. And too much of us, I think, are just collecting and storing too much information. If you sit down with an AI system, artificial intelligence system, and you provide it with lots of data, you actually don't want just more and more data. We have this idea that, the system's going to learn by getting more and more information. No, actually, you want to give it exactly the right amount of information about the right subject and not deviate from that, and certainly not just give it loads and loads and loads, because actually you probably will end up with the wrong answers anyway.
And you touch on something just, I suppose, given the week that's in it, I mean, cryptocurrencies and Bitcoin, there's an awful lot of talk about the amount of energy they use. And I wonder, for agriculture, will carbon emissions, the carbon emissions of the tech have to be integrated into the overall carbon emissions of the food production side of things in the future, do you think?
Well, it should be. It is not today. But given what else we're having to measure, I think it's fair that it would be. I think overall, obviously today, agriculture is so under-digitized that it's probably going to be a favorable calculation for us. And that's not necessarily a good thing, because I think we should be doing an awful lot more. I used examples, but if you think about what a herd of cows can produce milk-wise in a research setting versus on a normal farm, the difference is at least 10%, and some people would say it's even greater. The difference between a top farmer and a bottom farmer in terms of production of barley, it's at least 10%. If you think about what could be done in terms of genetic potential, it's more like 30%. So those gaps are there, and those efficiencies are very, very real. They make the food more affordable, they make it more sustainable, they make it better for the climate. So the trade-off of collecting and using digital technologies in order to increase efficiencies in agriculture is a clear-cut case.
Question here, what new product processes do you recommend? Identify a problem in the market and develop a solution, or offer a product to the consumer that they may not be aware that they need yet?
Well,
question.
Yeah, it's the most wonderful moment when, and I've had it in a couple of startups where somebody says, I never realized I needed that until you gave it to me. And sometimes I feel that about an iPhone, you know, that's, how did I ever think I needed to be attached to this device? I would say that a lot of where the food business is going at the moment is about sustainability, is about knowing more about where the food came from. I think that's where the richness and that's where the opportunity for making more money comes from. But people still want the food to taste wonderful. They still want to have that experience. So balancing those two, but I definitely think introducing more opportunities for information to consumers. It can be a double-edged sword, but I think that's where the richness is.
I read another piece that you wrote in Forbes, and it was, are we ready for a world without Roundup? And I just wanted to ask you to describe a bit about, is it, I don't know how you pronounce it, Teagasc, but you know, you describe all the agri-tech startups that are looking at precision agriculture as a way to reduce excessive use of chemicals. So on this theme of sustainability in agri-tech, it seems appropriate that maybe you could just explain a bit about Teagasc, if I pronounce it that correctly. They use bioherbicides like essential oils and plant extracts, and you seem to indicate that this is maybe where consumers also want to go.
Yeah, they have a product which is based on different essential oils such as mint juice, other essential oils from other plants, and then they combine it with things to get it into the plant. They're all natural, they're all organic. Look, Roundup is the thing we're all familiar with, $16 billion lawsuit in California last year, people complaining about what happens when it's in the soil. It's incredibly cheap, it's incredibly effective, and we wouldn't be producing the food on the planet without it. So we have to be careful what we do next. I think essential oils such as the Harp Teagasc product, very exciting. Magro, what it's doing on magnetizing, what it's doing on allowing you to apply pesticides, to apply fertilizers, to apply water, all of those things incredibly important. Robots for weeding. There's just a lot of technologies together that can be part of the solution. And today consumers are looking for that. They're saying we're not comfortable with the use of herbicides as they're being used today. I'm not going to say that herbicides are a bad idea. They've been really phenomenal in what they do. But if you listen to consumers and see what they want, it's very clear we have to find other solutions. And if you have natural essential oils that can do some of what, or mostly what herbicides can do, or we could use them in rotation, or we could use them together to use less, those are the technologies we need to be thinking about.
Another question in here, Aidan, what advice would you give for startups in agri-tech in Ireland? Broad question.
Yeah, no, the ag-tech startup scene in Ireland is very, very strong. I think that lots of great ideas, maybe too many of them just focusing on the Irish problems, not focusing on global problems. The Irish successes I've seen overseas have been quite extraordinary, but they've started out with looking at problems that exist in Ireland, but also exist globally. So I think that's important. If we're looking at pasture-based systems, that limits us in terms of where we can go to perhaps the UK, New Zealand. It's not going to be the US, it's not clearly going to be Saudi Arabia, Russia, China. So I just would say, think big, have big ambitions, look, as I think everybody does, at the internet, see what's happening out there, try to bring on advisors globally if you can. Don't just use Irish advisors, don't just use Irish research. Just try to think of it as being a big world. I know when I joined Alltech, they moved me to France 10 months later and to Brazil 3 years later. And as horrible as that might have been for the age and stage I was at, it's just amazing to learn other languages. It's amazing to see how big the world is from a food perspective. And that's what I'd counsel anybody to do. You know, take a post-COVID, let's say, get your passport, get in a plane and go and see farms in other parts of the world.
was just about to say, in our 5K lockdown here, being outside the county would be like going to Brazil.
Well, I'm optimistic that's going to change very quickly. I listen to RT and I don't always think it sounds too good, but I think it sounds like we're on the cusp of better things.
Another question. You've covered a number of technologies, Aidan. Technology moves fast and people typically don't or can be slow to take it up. With this in mind, where do you think we will realistically be in, say, a decade in terms of progress?
Technology is inevitable for me, particularly with the larger, more productive farms. So I think robots is a given, sensors given, blockchain slower than it should be, but certainly 10 years from now will be there. Artificial intelligence is the big one. That's where almost all devices today have it, and all devices in the future will have it. And the Internet of Things is a consequence of that, where the information's coming back. But yes, there will still be your traditional farms. There will be people who work in a farm maybe in the morning and the evening, and then have another job during the day. But for the ones that will produce the food that the world needs, those will be highly connected, very data driven, and a lot less human interpretation of information.
And it would be remiss of me at this stage not to also ask, I mean, we had Jack Crotty on earlier and also John Garvey. They both mentioned talking about small scale supply chains. And I wonder, Aidan, do you see a role for AgriTech in the smaller kind of setup? Or as you say, is it really more for the big farms?
Small ones can use it. They can use it, but use it in a different way. I think it offers the opportunity for somebody maybe who's involved in small scale farming, who provides their produce into larger cities like Dublin, to connect directly with consumers. So it goes back to me to this transparency, tell your story, allow people to see what you're doing. That's what you can do at a small scale with technology. Cut out the middleman, not have to go through the multiples to get your produce to get your product into the consumer's hands. And that's where that leap will be made. The other technologies, bigger producers will produce the food cheaper.
Wonderful. Aidan, thank you very much for your presentation, from the time that you've given to answering the questions. We really appreciate it. As you said, you're on LinkedIn. If people want to follow you, where I presume you post your articles from Forbes and all the rest as well.
Yeah, everything's theirs, but really appreciate it this morning. Really enjoyed the opportunity to talk to you, and yep, look forward to engaging with anybody who'd like to afterwards.
Thank you so much, Aidan Connolly, there for your keynote and for your time. And we're nearly coming to the end of the session here, but I'm going to introduce now, I'm pleased to introduce the Deputy Chief Executive of Cork County Council, James Fogarty. A warm welcome to him. He's going to give us his closing remarks.
Thank you very much, Ella. It's been an enlightenment to listen to Aidan there, and I took a personal interest in a lot of AgriTech stuff recently. And I always say, if we can't do it in Cork, where would you do it in Ireland? As regards the official closing remarks, I'd like, on behalf of Cork County Council, I'd like to thank everybody for their attendance at this, our third AgriTech conference delivered by our local enterprise offices. This conference is one of the key national spotlight events as part of the Local Enterprise Week programme. I'm sure you will all agree this year's event was very insightful, stimulating and thought-provoking. There are huge lessons to be gained from sharing ideas, learnings from experiences, and providing support roadmaps on how to move to the next steps with your businesses. Currently, there are over 150,000 employed in the agri-food and agri-tech sector in Ireland. Enterprise Ireland and local enterprise offices play a big part in the sustaining and growth of the industry via access to supports and valuable guidance, as well as financial support. Irish food exports have increased by 64% since 2010, and Irish agri-tech now exports to 120 countries worldwide. So we cannot underestimate the importance of this sector to the Ireland's economic landscape. In fact, it's our biggest indigenous industry. And I'm actually speaking to you from Mallow, the home of Dairy Gold and the Golden Vale. I think it's an important rural industry, and we as a council definitely put a lot of thought into how we support it. Cork County Council has very strong links to the food and agriculture industry. We believe by working collaboratively, we can make great strides in promoting environmental sustainability, creating more international opportunities for SMEs, and helping us bring forth advancements in AgriTech. We are actually a signed partner to the Vista Milk project in Teagasc. Cork is very fortunate to have world-class institutions in food and AgriTech, such as Teagasc in Moore Park, UCC with its exceptional food and agri expertise, paired with Tyndall National Institute and the Munster Technical University with its best-in-class leading engineering schools. Throughout Ireland, we have knowledge institutions that are second to none. Ireland needs to now be at the fore in this whole area and to become not only a leading producer of food and ingredients to the world needs, but also to be thought leaders and a technology driver in how we achieve that. Through the development and application of innovative solutions, our farming communities can be at the forefront of global agricultural revolution that is happening and meet the ever-increasing demands of the future. I would sincerely like to thank our MC, McSweeney, for this morning, and our excellent speakers and moderators. I would also like to thank CrowdComs, our platform host, for helping us to stage this event online, our support coordinator, Jason Webb of Agri Insider, and our Leo team of Marion, Kira, Sean, Joe, and Jack for pulling it all together. These things don't happen by chance. They take an awful lot of effort. We hope to see you all again at next year's event in March 2022. And I'm hoping it'll be one in person. And I hope vaccines will deliver that for us. Garvey Mahog, good. August Bonaparte, Art Galer.
James, thank you so much. I hope it'll be in person too. It's a great time ahead. I hope we're at the end of all of the COVID stuff. So thank you very much for that. Thank you all so much for being part of this event, to all the attendees for their time. And please do remember that you're welcome to use this site until 2 o'clock this afternoon. You can continue to network and chat and have a look at the exhibitions as well. But until we see you again, stay safe out there. And thank you so much for joining us all.
So I'm the director for Nova UCD. Nova UCD is the Centre for New Ventures and Entrepreneurs at UCD, but it's actually a nationwide opportunity because we have companies from all around the country come there to participate in different programs we have access to the kind of ecosystem supports that we have access to the kind of mentor panels and also the venture funds that come through there. UCD, together with Trinity, has a University Bridge Fund, which is 60 million, to be invested in spin-outs coming from university. Now, spin-outs coming from university or companies that are collaborating with universities. So there's a real opportunity there in addition to the Finisterre 20 million and the Yield Lab as well. I was delighted to be in on the last session, the panel, and to hear the great question and to hear the great answers about what's missing in the current ecosystem. I think anybody that's been to the innovation arena would be just in awe of the innovation and the innovation potential there is and the creativity there is in agri-food in Ireland. And so the challenge is when you think about the number of HPSUs, number of high potential startups, typically Enterprise Ireland supports 90 a year. How many of those are in the agri-food sector? Would you have a guess? Let me tell you, it's less than 5, or at least it has been in the last couple of years. So there's a lot of support out there. There's a lot of startups that trundle along that don't make it. And what they really need is to be loved and hugged, basically, by people along the way to support them go on the right path. So that's what we heard, to have somebody that would direct them on the right path, take them through on the right path to the right types of investments at the right stages and meeting the kind of right experimental conditions that they need to justify the next stage of investment and so on. We need a showcase. We need something that brings together this community in a bigger way. And we need a policy direction setting to have that support, to have that continuity going forward. So I thought people had actually summarized very well what I'd seen from our research in terms of what the needs are. So with that in mind, what we've done is we've gone to Enterprise Ireland and we've gotten funding, 3 million, to cover developing an AgTech connector. Now, an AgTech connector, what is that? Well, UCD has a farm in Celbridge in Kildare, and it's got 228 hectares. It's got, I don't know, 130 cattle and so on. It's a large farm. It's a commercial farm, but it's also a research farm. And the offer here is that if you have new products that you want to test on the farm, then rather than trying to find a friendly farmer who will be distracted because they've got to run a business there themselves, to come to our farm and have the opportunity to test in a real-life situation new products and new services. It can also be a showcase for new products and new services. We are just there on the M50, so there's a lot of visitors that do come through, particularly IDA clients and so on, that do come through to the farm to see what is happening in Ireland. And there's an opportunity with what we build here in the AgTech connector to illustrate and to highlight some of the best of what's being produced in Ireland in the agri-food area. At the bottom of the chart is all the different partners that we have. So we're leading on it, but we have AIB as a partner. AIB has 16 agri-specialists around the country, and their job is to help figure out investments in agri-food and investments for farmers and so on. So if you remember a couple of years ago, they ran a Startup Academy Challenge nationwide, and they did a lot in terms of highlighting the innovation that's happening across the country in all sectors. What they're working with me on is a program that highlights what's happening in agri-food innovation in Ireland and just focus in on that sector. And then we have other partners as well to deliver the program. So this has been kind of said already. I think in terms of everybody knows that agri-food is ripe for disruption. If you think about Uber, if you think about banking, if you think about most industries, they've already been interrupted and disrupted. Agri-food is still, in some ways, at the verge of major disruption. We heard some of it with the vertical farming this morning, but there's more to it than that. There's constrained supply of water and arable land, and there's growth in population, so there's a need to do something big. That's why the investors are piling in. Oops, I might have gone too far. Yeah, investors piling in. In terms of UCD, we have research going on in all the different sectors, as you can imagine, everything from crop research all the way through animal research, precision agriculture. We're developing drones and the data from them and analysing all of that sort of stuff. Food processing, Food Health Ireland is another one of our programmes. It's food integrity and safety, and then bioeconomy. So we have in Lachine a bioeconomy institute that is developing and analysing what can be done to recycle and build on that. So there's about 100 million of research every year that happens at UCD in one form or another. Lots of inventions coming out of that, lots of collaboration with industry, and lots of opportunity to build on and support your ideas to develop new inventions and to develop new businesses. The farm itself is like this. So we have these different areas of research, everything from grassland to ruminants and so on, economics, smart agriculture and so on. This is what we're planning to build. So we have funding to build an incubation hub. So we have a centre point to be able to showcase what is happening in agri-food in Ireland. These are we also are beyond that. We're looking at the challenge. So to build some challenges. I've been over to Fagan last week and looking at what they do, and they have different kind of showcases and different kind of challenges to bring people like yourselves together, but maybe more focused on a particular sector. Within agri-food is so big. I mean, there's so many different sectors there. Let's focus on particular sectors and bring those people together in a way that allows for that kind of collaboration. So we will look for that to happen as we progress the program. On the farm, we're enabling and supporting companies like yourselves that want to come in and test out your products and services, because a lot of new products don't make it beyond the farm gate. I mean, it's hard to get farmers to accept or to trial things because they have a commercial business that they have to run, but we can support you with that. We will be looking, we are already seeing through the venture funds, Finisterre and the Yield Lab, where there's companies in Israel that would be looking for ways in which they can come to Ireland and test out their new products and services. So we have opportunities there as well. Access to finance is a big deal, and it's really about the path through. You don't want to give up all your equity. You don't want to meet a VC too early, but you do want to meet them at the right time. and you want to make the right first impression with them. And it's a hard slog to get investment funding. So don't let anybody kid you that it's easy. It's not. It's very, very hard. Most challenging piece of work to be done is to attract in the funding and to have a pathway and have a story that justifies further funding. But we're used to that. So that's kind of what we do. Nova UCD has been supported. We've supported over 360 companies over the last 10, 15 years, and they've raised over 760 million of investment. So we have an ecosystem there of people who this is not their first gig. This is not their first startup. We have people who are onto their third and fourth startup. And you're going to be seeing, you already maybe have seen the press releases around Mana, who's they're going to deliver your hamburger by drone. They're planning to do launches of that this month actually, trial. But that's Bobby Healy's fourth gig. You know, he's done things before. So we have an ecosystem of people who have been there and done that before. And what we're looking to do is to support, leverage the different systems that are out there already. There's already accelerators, there's already international accelerators, and we have partnerships with them. And then there's investment, and we can support the connections with investment. It's about gearing up for those investment discussions. And then I think the other point that was made is trying to bring together the community. I think there is a need, and I think there's opportunities to do it with different signposting and with different events, but to have different events. There is an event being planned by Finisterre at the moment, I think planned for June, July, but there are other opportunities as well that we can create. But we do need to bring people together. I think bring them together in the particular areas that they have an interest in, rather than agri-food, which is huge. So that's our plan. So we've just gotten the funding. Actually, I've got 2 job opportunities as well. So I do need to hire in 2 people to deliver on this program. I'm making the commitment to do it, but I need 2 people to build on that and to attract in the companies, support the companies as they work their way through this. And that's what we're planning to do. So it's on-farm innovation testing, National Challenge Program, focal point for the AgTech ecosystem, and innovation showcase space as well. So instead of having only 3 days a year where you demonstrate what we have at the Ploughing Championship, the best of our capabilities, and we could have a showcase area where we continually update that with the latest and greatest, and that's what we're planning to do.
My name is Kevin Doolan. I'm the Director of Innovation in a research centre based in Waterford Institute of Technology called the Telecommunications Software and Systems Group. We've been around for about 24 years at this point in TSSG. I'm co-directing with my colleague Sazatharan Balasubramaniam. He looks after the research side of the house. I looked after the applied research and innovation and commercialization side of the house. Typically within TSSG, we focus on developing what we call enabling technologies. It could be data analytics systems, artificial intelligence, augmented reality, virtual reality, and so on. And then we apply those into different verticals, such as AgTech, which is what I'm going to talk to you today about. We have a unique model in that within TSSG, we blend basic research, which is the more fundamental science, with applied research, engineering, and then entrepreneurship and commercialization. So, for example, we would have built one of Disney and ABC's very first iPhone apps, back when iPhone apps weren't really a thing. And today we're looking at how do you embed, for example, data within DNA. You might wonder why you want to do that, but you can store about 70 billion books worth of information in 1 gram of DNA. So we see a future without data centers where us, people, animals, everything else, they're their own data center. They've got their entire data history embedded in their blood, for example. We've about 90 staff in TSSG. The figures are a little bit out of date. We've raised €140 million in funding, competitively won funding from Enterprise Ireland, Science Foundation Ireland, and the European Commission. And we've actually engaged in close to €500 million worth of research across Europe to date. And we have a 700 partner network across the world. But I'm going to talk to you today about our AgTech side of the house. These are a couple of slides, the top bit that I stole from the European Commission. And these are around digitalization of the Common Agricultural Policy and some of the challenges therein. We can roll out multiple different types of technologies, but there are multiple different barriers that we need to overcome when doing so. Obviously, connectivity and broadband is a barrier still that we need to address. Farmers' awareness about the benefits of some of these technologies and training and skills development is a very important area that we're targeting. And I see Grania from Teagasc in our audience here is looking at, technology adoption from the farming community. Standardization and interoperability of systems is another critical issue. We can all develop these fantastic systems, but they just sometimes don't talk to each other, and you can limit their value a little bit because of that. And data ownership is another critical point. The more we digitalize the agricultural sector, the more farmers and SMEs and so on are going to own various bodies of data. But how do you manage that? How do you regulate it? How do you share it? How do they get rewarded for that type of money? Or that type of data, I should say. And then there's potential risks when we're trying to solve all these challenges that we need to look at as well. Broadening the digital divide is a critical one. Again, when you deploy kind of large-scale ICT systems for agriculture, sometimes it's the larger players that can afford to adopt these systems and roll them out on large-scale farms, for example. Whereas sometimes smaller farms, they can't afford it. And you're creating a bigger digital divide as a result. So it's something we're constantly aware of. Data ownership, again, is a risk. The increased concentration within the agri-food chain can be a risk, and obviously the uncertain impact on jobs as we automate and digitalize this industry more and more. It could cut the humans out of the loop, which is something that we don't want to do. So addressing a lot of these topics, within Teagasc, we're involved in a number of national projects and EU projects. On the national side, we're involved in Vista Milk, which you would have heard about a little bit earlier on. We have our own Agriculture Centre of Excellence as well, called PACE, the Precision Agriculture Centre of Excellence. And the purpose of PACE is essentially to take all the results of the work we're doing on the scientific side and on the European side and disseminate it out to industry and to help industry actually get funding to adopt those technologies as well, which I'll talk about in a little bit. So we actually have money to give out with no equity involved. So just to give you an example of some of the types of projects that we're doing within Europe. The first one is a large-scale project called Demeter. Demeter is the Greek goddess of agriculture. You'll find with these European projects, they have kind of unusual names. This is the most creative one we could come up with for this one. But Demeter is all about building interoperability, data-driven systems for right across the supply chain in the agri-food sector. I'm the coordinator of the project, and it started just last September, so we're just in the kind of a ramp-up phase at the moment. It's a large-scale project. We've got 18 countries involved, 60 different partners, everything from policymakers to companies like John Deere, to SMEs, and to farmers. Within the project, we're going to run a series of what we call pilots, so technology pilots, where we'll build a suite of technology and then deploy it on different farms across Europe to measure the uptake and see, is it doing what farmers expect it to do, and do farmers get a benefit from it? Because that's another point that we were recently at an event, the Foodwise 2030 strategy in Dublin. And again, the question came up, it's great to develop all these technologies, but will farmers adopt it? Will they allow their data to be used to create more intelligent systems? The response from the IFA at the time was, yes, they will, as long as they can see the value in what we're producing. So we're running 20 different pilots across Europe. We've got 6,000 farmers involved in the project. But we've also got the World Farmers Organization. And the reason they joined the project is to ensure that anything us techies decide is good to be rolled out on farms, they can take that information and have a description of how you might roll out these pilots anywhere in the world so they can be properly adopted. And then they'll disseminate the results out to, they say, about 1.5 billion farmers. Just to give you an example of some of the types of pilots that we're running, we've grouped it into 5 different clusters. One is focusing around water and energy management. The next is around agricultural machinery and precision farming. So for example, that's where John Deere is running a trial. Health and high quality crops is another critical area. And then animal health and high quality production, taking animal health into consideration. And within that, Teagasc has a pilot with Teagasc, where we're looking in the dairy sector around animal welfare. And then we have a number of pilots running across the full supply chain, so digitizing the full supply chain and seeing what that means. There was a question earlier on about producing far too much quantities of data and making it unwieldy for people to actually process. So a core task within the project is to develop new decision support systems or dashboards for farmers and for industry to use based on this data that we pull out and collate. Another project funded under Horizon 2020 is called NEVA, and it's about digitalization of the Common Agricultural Policy. We're not a coordinator on this, we're just a partner. It's coordinated by University of Wageningen. Within this project, we have 19 different payment agencies from across Europe coming together to see how can they digitalize and integrate their various different processes for making payments to farmers. And our role, we have two roles within the project. One is the oversight of the data management techniques to be used throughout the project. And then the second role is to build with Department of Agriculture to build an application for land parcel management to make payments easier. And have less inspections on farms and do it all digitally. Another project, which is a very large scale one, again coordinated by University of Wageningen, is called Smart Agri Hubs. So Smart Agri Hubs, the purpose of it is to gather together what they call digital innovation hubs across Europe in the AgTech sector, and essentially catalogue everything that's going on in the AgTech space across Europe. What's important about it, or maybe more interesting for you guys, is that this project is going to run a series of open calls starting in the next couple of months, where essentially this project itself is going to give out €6 million to farming organisations, to SMEs and to industries to create smaller projects that will take some of the results of the project and try it out in new contexts. I should also say the Demeter project that I'm coordinating has €1 million to give out under a very similar model, and we'll be announcing calls for those projects towards the end of the summer this year. In terms of the scale of those projects, it's going to be anything from €50,000 up to say €150,000 per project, and it's only a 15-page application, so it's quite easy for people to apply for that funding. Another project similar to Smart Agri Hubs is called AgriBusiness, and it's everything to do with robotics in agriculture. And again, the important point is that there's going to be €8 million funding coming out of that project in the next 6 to 9 months under a similar model that I just spoke about. Within Teagasc, we're responsible for the Irish and the UK arm of both those projects. So we can help you if you want to try and access some of that cascade funding, as it's known, that's coming out of Europe. So you can contact me or my colleague, Hazel Williams, in that regard. Another area we're looking at is around high-performance computing. As we've said already, and it's been said all day, precision agriculture is happening. But it does require substantial computing power to fully realize its vision. Better computing power than whatever put that slide together. I see the text going all over the place. So we've a €15 million project running in Teagasc under Dr. Stephen Davey about bringing high-performance computing to the AgTech sector, make it more accessible, making it easier to use and easier to integrate for various different companies. And within that, again, we're running a series of trials and showcases that companies can get engaged in to learn about HPC technology and how it can apply. Particularly as we're producing, more and more data from all these various systems. If you can apply high-performance computing on top of it, you can speed up your processing and so on to go with that. This is just an example of one project that we got funded under a cascade fund from another project. Just to show you the type of things you can do, even with those smaller scale projects that are funded through Europe. And this is called MELD. And MELD stands for Early Lameness Detection through Machine Learning. And essentially, we're running a series of trials in Portugal, Israel, and South Africa with a company called Herdsy, where we're putting different sensors on animals and using data analytics and algorithms to actually detect lameness in animals before you can detect it visually. Again, it's a little bit out of date. I think now we've got lameness detection down to about 5 days in advance of physical observation, or visual observation, I should say, by the farmers. The plan will be then to take the results of this project and go down some sort of commercialization path with Enterprise Ireland. And that's it in a nutshell. Just a very brief overview of where we're at in Europe. TSG are constantly writing project proposals. We're never not writing project proposals. So if you're interested to see what proposals are underway in the organisation, my contact details are there, and we may be able to hook you in to try and help you get some funding in that regard as well. The other thing I'll say is, of course, the schemes to Enterprise Ireland, like innovation vouchers and innovation partnerships, are also very useful. If you have an idea, you want to build it out a little bit, use the innovation partners, come and talk to me, or my colleague Deirdre down there in the audience as well can talk to you about those.
Okay. Thanks very much. Thank you, Kevin.
I'm glad that I know most of the ag tech gurus here in the room, that I've seen them through the ploughing and their development of their journey, which is very exciting. It's a long road, and hats off to them. I'll go back to my public sector job and advise, but it's a real challenge. And ag tech, it's the new bits that are coming, but we've always kind of had technology in agriculture. We can see that in the yields that our cows are producing milk, the amount of grass we're producing, the chemicals that have been used, or fertilizer in the past. But we're in a period of transition where this has to change, and I think that's the real opportunity for ag tech, where we have to sustain the production for the world population, and we have to protect the environment as well. And it's not going to be that we're going to have a choice in this. I think what we can do now, and I think this is the important bit about ag tech, we have a chance to influence where this goes, and through the skill sets of what's going to happen here. But if we look at it, just the world is watching ag tech now, and for some reasons we all know about climate change. Just saw recently on the NASA map of China with the coronavirus, where the nitrous oxide levels had virtually decreased or disappeared off around the cities where heavy industrial activity was taking place, and just a measure of how it's affecting the environment. We've had, and we can see it in the media, there's skepticism of how we've been doing farming. It was brought up on a couple of panels earlier on today, that is the technology we're using at the moment, is it the most effective in delivering the results that we need? We've talked about population before, and there's alternative proteins and changing dietary requirements. We can see the push towards non-meat derived products and alternatives in plant-based protein, and pushing that out then even to cellular agriculture as well. So probably haven't seen that in this country, but it's been a big one in the US. A lot of the issues that's coming through as well is agriculture needs it takes 70% of the world's water supply just for agriculture. It's a huge amount of water, and we're talking to some guys that there is pressure on water quality. Maybe not in this country. When you look outside the door and say there's pressure on water, we'd kind of dispel that myth. But in Portugal, Spain, where tomatoes and traditional fruits have been grown, that's where the pressure is coming on. And so there's an opportunity for the hydroponics here in Ireland. There's an opportunity for the circular economy to develop and to kind of complement that. Labour is a huge issue. And just talking to the Farmers Journal this morning, Justin McCarthy, the labour crisis on dairy farms at the moment, at calving. So this is where ag tech again will solve a problem through taking the decision or the time or the information that the farmer has, and maybe through robotics or through other ways of solving that. And then our resources is the big challenge as well. And that's what I pick up on this morning is an Enterprise Ireland's role is everyone has a good idea, but it's very hard to do it unless you have a backer or an investment. And that's where Enterprise Ireland will talk a little bit about that, how we can help on that on your journey. So just looking at the ag tech, this is from the global startup ecosystem. So ag tech it's the second fastest sector for ag tech for startups in 2017, and that was from the global ecosystem report. The other part on this was, and we talked about a lot this morning, was agriculture is the least digitized sector out there at the moment. So it's the most ripe for disruption. That's according to McKinsey. And it's no surprise that agriculture is the least digitized sector, because traditionally over the last few years it hasn't been involved. But the application of technology and what I have in my pocket, the mobile phone, cloud-based technology, and we're not going to mention broadband or issues like that. We'll presume it's a given, it's going to be there. But that's a massive opportunity for this sector. So if we look at it here, it is definitely one to watch in the future. Where we are, where I see it at the minute is, we're bubbling under the surface. And I think we have the potential to be
to have the reputation of an Israel or the Americas or some of the countries that are pushing ahead in it. Because we traditionally haven't had to solve much problems in agriculture. We've been lucky. We've had the temperate climate. We've had the good yields of grass. We've no problem with water quality. But where we have to get smarter in how we do it. And companies like Terra, who are adding the minerals in and working through the systems. The guys, David in Annuland, again, solving problems that we see here that can be replicated in other countries. Looking at the deals, so the money in AgTech, so it went over 2 billion in 2018 for the first time. And Bill Gates is one of the investors in the Impossible Burger, along with Richard Branson and the founder of Amazon. So they're the types of guys investing in the alternative proteins, the alternative meats, and they're looking at that to the future. So we talked about IT and data capture. Just to put John Deere's spend on what they're doing in R&D was mentioned there by David. They're spending 1.5 billion annually on R&D in their company. They buy out companies, so if any one of you comes on their radar and you're in their way, lucky for you, you're going to get bought out and you're going to get quite a lot of money. One of the companies, Blue River Technology in the States, was bought out for quite a considerable sum, and that was involved in machine learning and training of machines, something that John Deere is really involved in. But again, it comes back to the data, and to bring it back to a farmer analogy, all this data. So why do we need to know how many times this door opens and closes? What do we need to know about it? I think that's the real trick, is kind of sifting through the chaff from the grain to get the nuggets of information. And that's where the real top quality guys with the algorithms, not the traditional skills you'd associate with the ag sector, but gamers, developers, all that will have to come through that to develop what we're going to see in the future. Drones and robotics, again, has been out there. We can see movement in that direction as well. We saw a lot of it at Agritechnica this year, anyone that was over there. Again, down for labour, quickness of getting information back, for mapping of soils, again for systems that's going to develop throughout the ag tech spectrum. Battery problem is probably a problem there, and that will come on board as well after a while. If we look at traditionally where Enterprise Ireland sees, what's our big players in the industry here. So we've the indigenous foreign investment, and we're responsible for that for food, for foreign direct investment for food. In our education, our business and consumer services, the food sector is massive itself, financial services, construction, life sciences and medtech, information and communication technologies. They're where we're the key drivers of the economy. And ag tech will be up there, I'd say, in the next 2 to 3 years, depending on how we are going to define this strategy in this country and where we're going to align it to. We mentioned, or the mention of the innovation arena. I'm the project manager for the innovation arena, and it is a mixed bag, and Suzanne alluded to it. It's traditional farming. It is the way what I saw in it last year of the streams that was coming through. It was definitely moving towards machine learning and artificial intelligence. There was a drive towards sensors and development in that area and digitizing the sector. Also farm software, farmers looking for information or for easier ways to do it. You will have the traditional companies that we have in Enterprise Ireland, the McHale's, the Dairy Master, who will absorb some of that technology into their products. And I think that's an exciting space for you to be as well. And it's something that I would see as potential of collaboration, where the young, bright mind with the idea might collaborate with some of the older traditional companies that might not have that skill set there at the minute. And it's something that we might work on in the innovation arena this year. So it's cross-sectoral again, and we can see what really comes through is, we had 105 international buyers in, and they all had a really, really positive time coming through. And some of the guys that have gone through have got deals in the States, New Zealand, Spain, Italy. We have the dreaded coronavirus. I'm not even going to mention it for September. So we don't know how many buyers we're going to have in, but we hope to have 80 to 100 buyers in again. I would also like the hydroponics or the stuff we've heard here this morning from FarmHedge, that's all the kind of stuff that we're really, really interested in showing in the innovation arena as well. And some of you guys might recognize your faces on the quick slide there put together on it. Again, that's going to open in April 2000, just next month. And we have a new prize structure in place as well that we'll talk later about also. So just, this is quite a busy slide, but where does Enterprise Ireland fit in the whole strategy of AgTech? We're not traditionally associated with giving advice to farmers. We don't support primary food, but what we are doing is we're working in the industry at every level nearly behind it. So if you look at where we are in the startup side, we've helped companies like Apis and Fiona, Hexafly, and we've also given investment into the Yield Lab for that startup fund. There's a 21 million AgTech startup fund, and Enterprise Ireland has given 10 million towards that, along with a 4 million contribution from the Allied Irish Bank. So that fund and the need for projects and calls to get there. And I think the reason to spend is, if you're a VC, we're probably a little bit early. They would like to see us down a little bit further down the line, that people can see the results or they can see where the buyout or where the deal flow is going to end up for them. So we're a little bit early on that. If we go through the research community, like with Tom there and through our Gateway structure, Enterprise Ireland invests a lot in R&D, and it's a really, really important part for us and one of the big drivers we have for 2020. To invest in the R&D, to develop the capability within the sector, because the more unique products that are here, the better your export potential is and the more global reach you will have. If you look then, our traditional SMEs, the Dairy Masters, the McHale's, they're receiving R&D support from us and they're receiving support to get to the markets. We've 36 international offices. So to get global reach, we virtually have an office in all the areas of the world that your products could reach. From a regional level, just bringing it back down, AgTech is vital for the regional economy. If you look at where all the AgTech is based, it's traditionally around clusters in Mayo, the southeast, in Cork, and it's really, really important for us for the jobs outside of the M50 or Dublin and development of the regional network. And we've supported 2 AgTech Centre of Excellences. One is coming online, which Tom will have a word about in UCD, just to help projects come through, to give them the assistance and help them on their commercialisation journey. And the ACE AgriTech Accelerator in Chléirigh. And this is another area that Enterprise Ireland is concerned with, is the talent that's needed to drive industry forward across the island, and where we develop this from, and development it internally, and where we source this and develop it ourselves. And the multinational side of it, the Glomby is the dairy goals, where essentially the products will end up. So it's all part of AgTech, the journey. So the food, from growing the grass, harvesting the grass, from the technology, the sensors, the finance, the startups, right through to the end, to where the dairy gold ends up on the plate, or the Kerry-gold ends up in Shanghai or New Zealand. So Enterprise Ireland is really across the whole spectrum of AgTech without ever really being at the farm, or maybe at the gate. So just to on the figures that I think Martin mentioned before, the agri-engineering side, that's our engineering manufacturing, that's worth 500 million in exports to this country. There's 150,000 people employed in agri-food and AgTech. Just in the non-food side, as Martin said, there's about 5,000 people employed. And the AgTech sector itself is worth about 1 billion in sales. And that's through pharma, life sciences, through engineering, the different breakdowns on it. We export to 140 countries. We have the 21 million euro fund, along with the other fundings. The way we fund is either grant or investment. So if you're what we call a high potential startup, or in a CSF or a competitive startup fund, we'll put equity into your business for 10%. That's what we do, that's all we take out. Then if you're an established company, then we'll work a different funding mechanism. It's grant-based. So you spend, we support by 50% or whatever it is for a key manager, or different range of supports. So it's really good to chat to us at whatever stage your company is at. And I think what we're trying to do here, and it's interesting, the Department of Agriculture have been on to us as well, on the digitization of agriculture is developing this ecosystem and to see what potential we can unearth from there. So what's in it for Enterprise Ireland? Okay, so why are we involved? Well, 67% of companies that do research and development and innovation, 67% of them increase their global sales. So that's the carrot for us. So if we can get the ag tech industry to have global potential, well, that's a win. That's our remit. We're creating jobs. We're creating exports and sales. Sorry, now. And the other part of this is, as we mentioned before, the 66% of the jobs created outside Dublin, and then our goal of the overall jobs supported. So we have a target for 2020 of 225,000 jobs. We're at 221,000 jobs roughly in 2019. So that's our win for ag, and developing a sustainable system, getting our companies to adapt to make sure that they meet the challenges and the opportunities that the ag tech revolution or evolution is going to take.
I'm from Kanturk in North Cork, so I grew up completely surrounded by a rural area, surrounded by farms. My family themselves aren't farmers, but everyone I knew in school was a farmer. Well, not everyone, but a lot of them. And there were farms everywhere. I spent a lot of my life, my youth on farms. And I went through into UCC, where I studied electrical and electronic engineering. So I myself thought that I'd left the agricultural world behind completely. I was heading off to go work for one of those, big multinationals that we were talking about earlier in my own head. And then during my undergrad at UCC, I got involved with a research group called the Embedded Systems Research Group. So I worked a lot with applications of sensor technologies in the real world. So ag still hadn't come into things. I worked on structural health monitoring, which is monitoring construction of bridges and tunnels. I worked a bit on human health monitoring. And I really loved the area of sensor applications. So I started to investigate to see, was there a really interesting sensor application that I could work on to do my PhD with that group, the Embedded Systems Research Group. And this was back in about 2012, 2013, when there was an awful lot of headlines about bees, that everybody around the world was panicking about bees. They were dying all of a sudden because of a problem called colony collapse disorder. And everybody was very stressed out that all the bees were going to be dead. And I considered myself a bit of a, eco person. So I was like, okay, that's amazing. I'm going to work on honeybee monitoring. And I started to look into how many people had done a lot of instrumentation of beehives, so sensor monitoring beehives. And I discovered that that was actually an area that very few people had worked in at all. And I was like, that's amazing, because there was an awful lot of data just not available about bees. So a lot of scientists didn't really understand what was happening to the bees, purely because there was no insight into what was actually happening inside in the beehives. So I started out my PhD, kind of envisioning this as a research tool for biologists. So I spent 4 years working on all different kinds of sensor applications in beehives, and I realized that actually this kind of technology can really tell you an awful lot about beehives. So using things like machine learning, which we discussed earlier, you can actually really understand what's happening inside in a beehive. So my PhD project went really well. We got a bit of media attention because, everybody loves to talk about bees. And I was actually interviewed on Morning Ireland about the project after we won an award. And after that interview on Morning Ireland, I started getting contacted constantly by beekeepers. So beekeepers from all over the world, not just in Ireland. I had beekeepers from Australia and New Zealand, also beekeepers from the US contacting me going, this is amazing, I really need sensor technology for my operation. And that's when I discovered just how big of an industry beekeeping was, because I know here in Ireland, beekeeping is it's mostly a hobby. There's very few professional beekeepers here in Ireland. But throughout the world, beekeeping is a really, really important agricultural activity. And that's primarily around food. So bees provide the pollination that we need to produce 1/3 of the food that we eat. A whole host of crops, things like almonds, avocados, kiwis, blueberries, and cranberries are they're given to us through honeybee pollination. And that's the huge problem that we've had in the last kind of 30 years, is that honeybee populations are being devastated throughout the globe. So there's a whole big long list of different problems, things like diseases, pests, the changing way that we do agriculture, things like that that have really devastated hive populations. So as much as half of honeybees in many countries now are dying every year. And that's a huge problem for the food industry because bees actually provide 153 billion euro worth of pollination to our food globally every year. So the industry that's really grown around this problem is the migratory beekeeping pollination service providers. So this really started in the US, where 80% of the almonds in the world are produced in a small region of California. And they need 2 beehives in every single acre of almond orchard for about 2 weeks in February. So starting on Valentine's Day, 2 weeks after that. So they need right now about 2 million beehives in the small 5-county area of California. So that's an insane amount of beehives in such a small area. So almost all of the beehives from everywhere in the United States actually travel to that almond pollination, and they get rented. The beekeepers get paid about $200 per beehive just for that 2-week stint. And they place those beehives throughout the almond orchards, and those bees actually trigger the mechanism that allow almond flowers to produce almond nuts. So this industry, it started in the US, but it's blossoming now in places like New Zealand, Australia, Canada, and here in Europe. And the big problem that those beekeepers are facing is that beekeeping still works the same way right now as it did in the Middle Ages. So in order to find out what's happening in your beehives, you have to drive out to your apiary, which could be anywhere. You drive out to it, you put on your bee suit, you open up a beehive, and you start pulling things out and trying to find out what's going on inside the beehive. So you're trying to find out what's going on, then you're trying to identify if there's a problem, and then if there's a problem, you can take an action to actually remedy that. So a lot of these problems that I discussed earlier, they're not very difficult problems to solve. They're very simple things like starvation or a dead queen in a beehive, or you just need to apply treatments, and there are an awful lot of treatments available for beehives, but it's really knowing where and when you should be applying these techniques. So this is really where we saw an opportunity for Apis Protect to really help those beekeepers remotely understand which beehives they needed to go to and which beehives they needed to work on. Because if you're trying to provide beehives to this kind of industry, you need to be able to provide thousands of beehives. And that traditional medieval beekeeping just doesn't scale up like that. You can't open 20,000 beehives at the same time and go, hey, where should I be working right now? So that's what inspired the Apis Protect solution. So we founded Apis Protect back in 2017. And our objective was to create a technology solution for these large-scale beekeepers. We wanted to put a sensor inside the beehive. So we've got our sensor right now, which has 4 onboard sensors. We've got temperature, humidity, sound, and movement sensors. And we put one of these boxes with all of those sensors into every single beehive in an operation. Then we collect all of that data remotely, and that's when, the connectivity and stuff like that everyone's been discussing today comes into things. And then we apply big data and machine learning technology. What that technology does, essentially, is it looks at all of that data. And again, we're coming into a problem that's been discussed several times today. So instead of giving beekeepers huge streams of data, massive Excel files with all of their temperature data and humidity data, we process all of that data, and what we give back to the beekeeper is a very simple list of, here's where your hives that need you to inspect them are. These hives need to be fed, these hives need to be requeened. And that beekeeper can immediately start taking actions that actually impact their operation. So we set out with this plan in 2017. And over the last 3 years, things have really gone from strength to strength. So we started out just investigating the technology, investigating the market. And in August of 2018, we raised our seed round of €1.5 million, which was that was a good day. So we were supported by, the leads of that investment round were Finisterre Ventures and the Atlantic Bridge University Fund, who I think have all been mentioned today. And as well as that, we had the Yield Lab, Enterprise Ireland, and an American firm called Radical Growth. So with that seed round, we set about rolling out our technology as far and as wide as we could in order to collect as much data as we could to feed those machine learning algorithms. So what we did was we rolled out 200 prototypes in 2018 to 3 different continents. So we collect data now from beehives here in Ireland, in the UK, an awful lot from the United States, and also from South Africa. And then another 12 months later, so last September, so September 2019, we rolled out another 200 prototypes. So now we're collecting data from 20 million bees across 3 continents. We've also grown a fantastic team, all based in Cork, a team of 10, an awful lot of technical knowledge there, engineering, software development, data science, and also a lot of business and marketing knowledge. So essentially what we've grown over the last 3 years is a technique for beekeepers to understand how their operation can work much better. So this is Bob, my example beekeeper. He's kind of like a fictional beekeeper based on all the different beekeepers that we've met. So he's based in North Dakota. He has 5,000 beehives in his operation, and he's got 10 laborers. And his operation before Apis Protect was just chaos. So he was using the pinnacle of beekeeping technology, which was a whiteboard in his office where everybody would come in, write what they did today up on the whiteboard, and then leave. And then he would try and go, okay, that means I should do this next week, or I should tell all the lads to do this next week. And by adopting our technology, his life becomes a lot more organized. So essentially what he's able to do is understand. So he can open his laptop at the start of the week, look at the data that we provide, look at the interface that we provide him, and he knows exactly where his labor, materials, and transport should be used in order to be much more effective. And what that means is he can actually target all of those resources at places where they will deliver a result from his operation, which is something that he physically can't do beforehand. So I've got an example here of our interface. So this is our web interface. And again, I'm coming on to another problem that was discussed earlier, which is the realities of ag tech in the real world. So we've got a web interface. We don't use an app at the moment because beekeepers wear huge gardening gloves when they're out with their beehives, so they can't operate a mobile phone. So there's no point in having an app for guys who don't have fingers to just touch screen. So we've got a web platform, and from here as well, he can get a PDF report, a print out, and just bring a biro and the PDF and the printed out report to tick off the items that we've identified for him. As well as that, we've learned an awful lot about technology in the real world. So our hardware is going into a beehive, which I know when you're thinking about things like maybe dairy farming or pig farming, beekeeping seems like it would be kind of a nice, happy place to put some hardware. It's actually worse than both of those because you're putting it into a big, hot, humid box full of insects that like to cover every surface that they can find in wax and honey and propolis and all different kinds of things. So developing our technology to resist all of that has been a huge engineering challenge. And also beehives can be anywhere and they're very mobile. So you don't just have the reality of, say, you know, if you're in a dairy farm and you're trying to get your mobile phone signal, well then imagine if your dairy farm likes to kind of randomly move about once a month to another place that probably doesn't have a mobile signal. So that's what our beehives do. So that's been a huge challenge, and it's been very fun as an engineer to investigate that. And the kind of insights that we then generate for the beekeeper. So we don't tell them things like the temperature of your beehive is 40 degrees because the beekeeper doesn't care. What we tell them is which beehives you need to inspect today, which beehives are growing, which beehives are shrinking, which beehives need your attention, which beehives would be better off if you just left them alone. We help them identify where their resources can be used for maximum effect and ultimately manage their time and resources more effectively. And by providing them with these insights, we allow them to deliver some really important results. So much better apiary management. The average size of a beehive in an operation that we work with is larger. The total number of beehives in an operation that we work with is also larger. They're able to increase production from each one of those beehives, prevent losses, and they also have very good peace of mind because they can actually just check on their beehives without paying to send someone to drive 20 miles to open up a beehive to try and work out what's going on, and so on and so on. So I like to point out how big the market is for this, especially in Ireland, where we think of beekeeping as a bit of a hobby. So globally, there are 91 million beehives, and about 60% of them are actually commercial beehives, so beehives that are part of a commercial beekeeping operation. And the areas that we're targeting are regions like the Americas, Oceania, and here in Europe. And we are starting out going after beekeepers, commercially scaled beekeepers in the United States, where there are about 2 million beehives as part of that commercial pollination industry that I mentioned earlier. So I was asked to talk a little bit about bees in Ireland because just because our beekeeping here is smaller doesn't mean there isn't a huge opportunity for us. So we have a lot of crops, well not a lot of crops, but we have some crops here that are very dependent on bee pollination. So we grow things like strawberries, raspberries, we've got an apple industry and also an oilseed rape industry. So all of these industries are impacted by bee pollination. And for example, a strawberry operation can increase the value of its produce by about 54% by introducing managed bee pollination. So that's a huge impact for a strawberry operation. As well as that oilseed rape, which we tend to see here as a bit of a break crop, kind of like whatever. But you can actually use bee pollination to compress the ripening of oilseed rape and dramatically increase the actual yield of an oilseed rape farm or a field. So here in Ireland, we have 98 species of bee. So we've got about 77 solitary bees, which are bees that live on their own and live in kind of cracks and walls and stuff like that. We have 20 bumblebee species. Bumblebees aren't honeybees. That was one of the first things I had to learn during my PhD. I thought they were the same thing. And then we have one species of honeybee because there is one species of honeybee. And what these bees do for us is they provide 53 million euro worth of pollination to us every year, completely for free. So we don't appreciate that, and that's certainly something that, for example, in the United States, they didn't appreciate until that bee population collapsed. So it's something that's very important for us to put a little bit of work into actually preserving this population and continue getting all of this money for free, because that's what it is. So some of the challenges that bees have here in Ireland would be habitat loss, lack of access to wildflowers. Wildflowers are their main source of food when you're not actually producing, say, during the oilseed rape bloom. They can feed off that, but the rest of the year they're going to need access to wildflowers, and then poisoning and climate change and other things like that. So it's very easy to actually help improve the pollinators in your local area. You can go on to pollinators.ie, which is where the All Ireland Pollinator Plan keeps all of their resources. So our All Ireland Pollinator Plan is actually recognised internationally as one of the best pollinator plans in the world. And they have some very straightforward information about how, if you're a farm, if you're a community organisation, if you're a business, if you're just a person with a back garden and you want to help, they provide very clear information on how you can help. So one of the most important things is that actually a lot of our native wild plants are very, very good for bees. So for example, things like dandelions and nettles, just don't cut them. They're great. Bees will feed off those all day. They love them. And then introducing some more native species to places like our hedgerows. So for example, whitethorn and hawthorn, if they made up a bigger percentage of our hedgerows, that would be great for helping preserve our pollinators. So I'd say my recommendation is go on to pollinators.ie so that you don't have to invest an awful lot of money in technology and beekeeping, such as what we're working on here in APIS in 10 to 15 years when we're trying to move towards areas like horticulture and stuff like that are very dependent on pollinator access. So if you're interested in learning more about us, you can go onto our website, apisprotect.com, where we have our newsletter, or you can follow us on social media. We're at ApisProtect on everything. And Apis Protect is using groundbreaking technology to help our most important little friend stay healthy and continue providing us with food for generations to come. Thanks.
So I'm the director for Nova UCD. Nova UCD is the centre for new ventures and entrepreneurs at UCD, but it's actually a nationwide opportunity because we have companies from all around the